Why can't we kill the Devil Lord? Su Su asked. Could it be that he's immortal? Gongyang Zheng said curiously. I can't figure out the reason as well. The undying body is just a fairy tale. Even if it's the 5-element spirit body, it's impossible for it to not be killed. That's why I'm planning to send someone into the Myriad Forms Collector's item to look for information on the Demon Master. Lin Yuanbo will be in charge of this right now, and collect all possible information as soon as possible. Yes, an old man said slowly. His thin figure was extremely inconspicuous in the crowd, and he had no sense of existence at all. However, the people looked at him with no disrespect. What's the difference with the demonic tracks we've discovered so far? Asked Black Universe Protector. There are 2 known clones, and they both seem to be thinking of ways to devour each other. Wei Qing, what was the demonization on Yunxiao's body in the Battle of Red Moon City that day? I've always wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, so it's best for you to explain it. Wei Qing's brows furrowed, and he pondered with some doubt. There are 2 streams of devil essence in Yunxiao's body, one being ordinary and the other being emperor, and they seem to be incompatible with each other. That MOPU seems to have some sort of connection with the Ocean Emperor's lineage. Poseidon? This matter involves Li Yunxiao again, Gongyang Jingxi murmured. He really is involved in all kinds of trouble. Besides, Li Yunxiao and the daughter of the Sea Emperor are so intimate, Wei Qing said. It's hard to tell what kind of relationship they have. He's with the daughter of the Sea Emperor openly. I wonder what kind of attitude Polong has. Oh right, I almost forgot about someone. If it's about those devils, this person might be very important. Who is it? Gongyang Jingxi blurted out. The others were also very curious. This person is Chu Shengfeng, Wei Qing said word by word. As soon as this name came out, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly. The news that Yu Shengfeng was still alive was no longer a secret, but when everyone heard this name, they were still very surprised. Gongyang Zhengxi muttered, It's indeed surprising that Sir Kuan Shengfeng is still alive. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. However, it's inevitable that the Sea of Soul Formation will have a storm. I can only hope that this matter can be settled soon and not become the source of turmoil. The stability of the Soul Formation Sea is indeed important to the overall situation of the world, Kangwu Qiong said. Yu Shengfeng's appearance is really not at the right time. Wei Qing snorted. It's precisely because the heavens are abnormal that demons and evil are rampant. In fact, we can completely eliminate these hidden dangers one by one with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. Oh? Wei Qing, do you have any good ideas? Gongyang Jingxi asked in surprise. Wei Qing's eyes flashed. It's simple. The first step is to stabilize the 7 great sects and gather the 7 sect leaders for a meeting. If there are any dissenters, suppress them first. As long as the 7 great sects are stable, they will be like 7 giant pillars supporting the earth, and the situation will be stabilized. What a lousy idea! This is simply nonsense. Gongyang Jingxi immediately interrupted and said in a bad mood. Suppressing the 7 great sects and convincing them to submit to us. Only you can come up with such a brainless idea. Wei Qing's idea might be a little extreme, but I think it's a good idea to use the 7 suzerains' power to calm the world. Kangwu Qiong suddenly said with a frown. We definitely have to borrow the strength of the 7 great sects, but we can only placate them and not make a move. Gongyang Zheng said curiously. Otherwise, we'll just be creating more trouble for the already troublesome realm of heavenly martial arts. It's good if the 7 major sects listen to us, Wei Qing said coldly. If they don't, they'll become the source of chaos sooner or later. It's better to calm them down as soon as possible and control them in our own hands. This method is indeed extreme, Black Universe Protector replied. Lord Jingxi can summon the 7 sect masters for a meeting to test their attitude. It is indeed necessary. Yes, I'll do it tomorrow, Gongyang Zheng said curiously. Is that Luo Qingyun from the eastern region's Red Moon City qualified to attend the meeting? Of course. Wei Qing's expression lifted. Although Luo Qingyun's strength was insufficient, his current identity was the master of Red Moon City. If he lost the right to discuss matters, his reputation would inevitably fall, and the influence of Red Moon City on the eastern region would be even smaller. This was very unfavorable to the situation in the eastern region, which had just been calmed down. On the other hand, it will increase his prestige and help him guard the eastern region better. That's reasonable, Black Universe Protector replied. Luo Qingyun might not be qualified, but the master of Red Moon City definitely is. Yes, that's true. What about the Sky Ridge Long family? Gongyang Jingqi pondered. After Long Chenmiao died, he passed the position of sect master to young Master Fei and I. But where was that girl now? Can you suppress the Long family? Wei Qing's pupils shrank as he said, a little girl naturally can't suppress him. If she was allowed to become the head of the Long family, it would definitely cause chaos in the Long family. As for the person to participate in the meeting, I already have a candidate in mind, so let him come. The people around were all slightly shocked. It seemed that Wei Qing and the Long family were no longer close, but had completely interfered. Who is it? Gongyang Jingqi didn't seem to mind and just asked. Yi Hongming, Wei Qing said indifferently. It's him. Everyone was shocked, and many people began to whisper. The other rulers also frowned and remained silent. Gongyang Zhang said curiously, there's no problem with Yi Hongming's strength. However, his bloodline is too violent. Once he goes crazy, he can't even control his rationality. He's definitely not a good leader. I'm afraid more people will be dissatisfied. We're in troubled times now, Wei Qing said coldly. We can't care so much. The others have to be convinced even if they don't want to. Gongyang Zhengqi frowned a few times and said, all right, it's the Long family's business anyway, so I have no right to interfere. I'll leave Wei Qing to you. Yes, Wei Qing responded with a slight smile. Gongyang Zhengqi's words had a hidden meaning that everyone understood. Since Wei Qing had decided on Yi Hongming, he was naturally in his hands, which was equivalent to controlling the Long family. It was not impossible under the current situation. Ling Baiyue suddenly said, my lords, I suddenly remembered something when you talked about the 7 major sections. According to the analysis of the recent news, it seems that Xianxia Palace is about to reopen its gate. Fuck, Gongyang Jingqi said gloomily. Everything is squeezed together. Ling Baiyue said, the palace master of Xianxia Palace went into seclusion because of love. If he finds out that Gu Feiyang is still alive, I will be angry. Yunxiao? Gongyang Zhang said curiously. After going around and around, they came to Li Yunxiao. It seems that Li Yunxiao is indeed a key figure in the world's turmoil this time. We have to find a way to win him over. Wei Qing said in a deep voice. Rope him in. In my opinion, the best way is to capture him and imprison him in the sanctuary. Don't forget what Yunxiao has with him. I've already given the order that the whole world will take him. Gongyang Zhengqi frowned and said, you can just take back the Iron Order. It's not a troublesome matter. If we can rope him in, we might be able to share the items. Even if we can't, there's nothing bad about it being in our own hands. Humph. Lord Jingqi is really generous. Wei Qing's expression was extremely ugly, and the atmosphere became a little tense. We can see what happens to Yunxiao, Kang Wuqiong said. Our strategy is not fixed. Lord Wei Qing, you only said one thing, to stabilize the 7 great sects first. Then what? Only then did Wei Qing's expression ease a little. He snorted and said, the first step is to stabilize the 7 great sections. The second step is naturally to capture those titled martial sovereigns. Although these unruly figures will give us some face, they're all acting in public and going against us in secret when we dispatch them. They don't take the holy region seriously at all. I've also experienced this myself. Gongyang Jingqi nodded. Last time, I had Duanmu Youyu investigate the matter of Songyue Yang City, and Zhuo Qingfan suppressed the Demon Lord's clone, but it was all left unsettled. They were all arrogant and condescending. Dealing with these people will be even more difficult than dealing with the 7 sect masters, Kang Wuqiong replied. After all, the 7 sect masters still had to consider the interests of their sects, so their attitude towards the sacred zone was much more humble. To put it nicely, the 10 great martial sovereigns are conferred the title of the Holy Region, but to put it bluntly, they are the 10 great desperados. They are existences that fear no one in the vast world. We can only use the method of offering amnesty, and we must not use force. That's natural, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Wei Qing sneered. Although those 10 desperados don't listen to orders, it's not difficult to rope them in as long as the benefits are enough. It's been almost 30 years since the Battle of Wind and Cloud, and I'm wondering if we should do it again and gather all the experts in the world to try and recruit as many talents as possible into the sanctuary realm to strengthen ourselves. The surrounding people were all shocked, and then fell into deep thought. This method is indeed not bad, Black Universe Protector said. If we were to start the billboard ranking battle again, it might be even more intense than the last time. We also have a rough understanding of the world's powerhouses, and we can even recruit many of them. Yes, this can be done, but don't be too hasty. It's not too late to start when the time is right. Gongyang Jingxi nodded slightly. Wei Qing said, as long as we control the 7 major sects and the 10 martial sovereigns, and recruit heroes from all over the world with great benefits, the world will be stable. Then, they would join forces with the Sea of Soul formation and split their forces into 2. One of them would suppress the demons and seize the armillary sphere while the other would focus on attacking the moon pupil. How could they fail? After we've dealt with the monster race and the moon eye, we'll look for the Sea Emperor Polong to discuss the matter of the demon master. It'll be best if the sea race can help, but if they want to stay out of it, that's fine as well. Our strength alone is enough to suppress the demon master. He finished in one breath and looked at Gongyang Jingxi with disdain. He laughed and said, in fact, what kind of trouble is there in the world? It's Lord Jingxi's fault. Everyone pondered and felt that Wei Qing's words were feasible. Gongyang Jingxi ignored his sarcasm and muttered, Lord Wei Qing's plan is indeed clear and can be tried. However, things change too quickly, and I'm afraid that things won't go so smoothly. Naturally, Wei Qing replied. My plan is not static and must change with the changes, but the core point is to be down to earth and push forward bit by bit, constantly increasing our own strength and control of the world. Only then can we cope with the myriad changes. Wei Qing's words make sense. I agree, Kanggu Qiong said. Gongyang Zhengqi looked at He Yuhu and Si Tingyu and said, what about you guys? This method is feasible, but you can't be too forceful. You should be gentle, the Black Universe Protector said. Gongyang Jingxi nodded. These people are all unparalleled experts. If we don't handle it well, it will backfire. I will be careful. That's good, Black Universe Protector replied. I have nothing to worry about. When I come out of seclusion, I'll start organizing people to prepare for the second siege on the moon pupil. I hope that Lord Jingxi can help me pay attention to this matter and provide as much support as possible. Of course, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. The moon eye is the common enemy of the human race. Other than the saints, the other powers should at least do their part. Lord Black Universe Protector, please rest in peace and recuperate, while I organize the manpower. Then I'll have to trouble you, He Yuhu said, pleased. The green light on the stone table suddenly turned a faint red and slowly became darker. Gongyang Zhang said curiously, the formation has reached its limit. The 3 of you can go back to your work. I will gather everyone again if there are any changes. Everything will be decided according to what we have discussed today. He sent a seal into the array. Suddenly, the red light circled around the stone table and slowly sank down. Wei Qing and the other 2 light figures suddenly disappeared. The light in the entire hall dimmed, and the silence and solemnness from before were restored. All of you may leave as well. Perform your duties and work as one, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. At the same time, the matters discussed today cannot be leaked in the slightest, or else you will be punished with a crime and will not be lenient. Yes. Yes. Everyone responded and began to leave. Kanggu Qiong also stood up and walked out. Lord Kanggu Qiong. Gongyang Zhengqi's eyes narrowed as he replied. Kanggu Qiong stopped, turned around and said, What's the matter, Lord Jingxi? Was Gu Feiyang's death an accident? Gongyang Jingxi asked slowly. Kangwu Qiong pondered for a moment and said softly, maybe? Who knows? Gongyang Zhengqi's expression changed drastically, and he was faintly angry. He said, so, how do you plan to deal with your relationship with Li Yunxiao now? Let's go with what we discussed just now. It'll be best if we can handle this gently, Kangwu Qiong said. Gongyang Zhengqi's face was livid. Li Yunxiao is now involved in almost everything. A slight change will affect the whole. My lord, you must handle it well. I'll do my best, Kangwu Qiong replied. Even I don't want to provoke that madman. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Gongyang Zhengqi looked at his back as he disappeared at the entrance of the hall, and the worry in his eyes deepened. What are you worried about, my lord? There was only one person left in the hall, and that was Xiao Binwei. There are many things I'm worried about, but what I'm most worried about is the Devil Lord. Xiao Binwei, from today on, raised the security of the sanctum to the highest level. In addition to strict control over the exit, we must also investigate the entry of outsiders in detail. No suspicious people can be allowed in. Yes, my lord. But isn't it a bit too much to raise the security to the maximum now? Xiao Binwei said in a deep voice. Not at all, Gongyang Zhengqi said coldly. Are you worried about the Demon Lord? Xiao Binwei asked, frowning. That's not possible, is it? Right now, the Demon Master is only living in the form of a clone, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. His strength isn't strong, so it's impossible to attack the holy city of Misty Snow. I want you to raise your defense power to the extreme. The core is to protect the spiritual flower mirror. Spiritual flower mirror. Isn't the realm of spiritual flowers the place where that lord lives? Xiao Binwei asked in surprise. With that lord's strength, you can't even compare. I'm naturally assured of his strength, but we can't be too sure of anything. I might as well tell you, but do you know that the people who sealed the Devil Master back then wanted to set up a sanctuary organization in the land of Misty Snow? This is because a fiend clone is sealed beneath the holy city of Lanxue. Xiao Binwei was shocked. Could it be that the sealed land is in the spiritual flower wonderland? That's right, Gongyang Zhengqi nodded. So from now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the spiritual flower wonderland. No matter who it is, they all need my personal orders. In the event of an unexpected situation, you have the right to directly cut off the link between the spiritual flower wonderland and the holy region, letting it float into the void. As long as we guard this clone, the Devil Lord will never be able to recover his true body. Yes. Xiao Binwei's expression turned serious as he realized the severity of the situation. In the sky above the holy city of Lanxue, a cloud was shining brightly. Zhou Chu stood in the air, and when he saw Kangwu Qiong walk out of the main hall, his eyes lit up. He quickly flew down and called out, Master. Yes, Kangwu Qiong replied softly. He was expressionless as he walked in front of the group. Each of his steps was 100 feet long. Zhou Chu wanted to say something but stopped. He followed closely behind and walked carefully. What? Suddenly, Kangwu Qiong stopped in his tracks. A ray of colored glass shot down from the rainbow in the clouds like a thin line. It slowly fell from the sky and changed in front of him. It gradually turned into a blurry projection. The projection sat cross-legged and opened its eyes. Si Tingyu, what's the matter? Kangwu Qiong asked. Si Tingyu's projection was a little dazed, as if she had used a great divine power to show herself. She said, I want Li Yunxiao. Please bring him here. Why? Kangwu Qiong frowned and asked. The wheel of samsara, Si Tingyu said. Could there be something wrong with the wheel? Kangwu Qiong asked. Si Tingyu closed her eyes slightly and didn't answer. She seemed to be waiting for his answer. Li Yunxiao has a saint artifact, and Yi Fan is following him with Noah's ship, Kangwu Qiong said. They are indeed the most suitable candidates to study saint artifacts in the world today. I promise you, I will try my best. However, you should have heard of his personality. If he can't be invited, I'll just capture him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes. Si Tingyu acknowledged and made hand seals in front of her. Her entire projection disappeared without a trace. Kang Wu-cheong stood in the sky as if he was thinking about something. He looked at the endless clouds and seemed to be in deep thought. "Zhou Chu!" he suddenly called out softly. "Ah? Yes, master." Zhou Chu, who was also full of thoughts, was startled and quickly bowed. "You've met Li Yunxiao. What do you think?" Kang Wu-cheong asked softly. Zhou Chu was shocked and said nervously, "Arrogant, despotic, supercilious, arrogant, and disdainful." "And what?" Kang Wu-cheong asked. "And he's so powerful. Master, is he really Gu Feiyong?" Zhou Chu asked carefully. He didn't dare to raise his head, but his forehead and sideburns were already wet with sweat. Kang Wu-cheong nodded and said, "I'm 100% sure. I'm surprised that Gu Feiyong didn't die. When I heard this news, I didn't dare to believe it. The world is really like a game of chess. Man proposes but God disposes. Then, what does Xianxia's master plan to do?" Zhou Chu's face turned pale. He thought about how he had provoked such a fiend in New Yen City. Not only did he almost lose his life, but he had also been thinking about how to take revenge. It seemed like he would not die if he did not seek death. Now, he could only hope that the other party would forget about this matter and not seek revenge on him. "I'll make a trip to the wonderland of spiritual flowers and have a chat with that old freak, Ren Shifan," Kang Wu-cheong sighed. Just as he turned around, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the air. A white light condensed into a jade card, and it was shining brightly. It disappeared in a flash. He frowned and looked at a side hall in the distance. He snorted and changed his direction. Zhou Chu was puzzled. He followed Kang Wu-cheong's gaze and saw that the side hall was where Wei Qing cultivated. "Did you summon me?" The two of them strolled down the steps. A man in front of the hall was looking up. Kang Wu-cheong glanced at him and said indifferently, "Sir is serious. I only sent out an invitation, so how could I dare to invite you? Please come inside the hall." That person was Luo Xing, one of the 4-peak 9-star experts under Wei Qing. The other 3 had all died in the incident at the Red Moon City, and he was the only one who survived by luck. The 3 of them moved into the hall. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed and the restriction was opened, completely isolating them from the outside world. "Master Kang Wu-cheong has always been elusive," Luo Xing said with a smile. "It's my honor to finally meet him today. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll be leaving," Kang Wu-cheong said indifferently. Luo Xing broke out in a cold sweat and said awkwardly, "Then, I'll get straight to the point. How do you plan to deal with Li Yunxiao, my lord?" Kang Wu-cheong looked at him and said, "Since you've asked me to come, it must be Wei Qing's order. I'm naturally following what we've discussed. I'll try my best to recruit him." "Oh? Does Darren really plan to do this?" Luo Xing's lips curled into a smile. Kang Wu-cheong's eyes turned cold. He was extremely displeased by the smile and said coldly, "Are you testing me?" A wave of pressure suddenly exploded from his body and crushed over with a rumble. Luo Xing was shocked and quickly retreated. However, the pressure arrived in an instant. He hurriedly put his hands together and rushed forward. Bang! Luo Xing shuddered as his power was destroyed. He was sent flying and crashed into a pillar. The stone shattered into pieces. Eft! Luo Xing forced himself to stand up, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat under the violent shock of the power. "Milord, what are you doing?" He was furious, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Kang Wu-cheong's face was dark as he said coldly, "Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to test me? If you have anything to say, let Wei Qing come to me." He turned around and was about to leave. Luo Xing stood there in a daze. His face was filled with hatred, but he did not dare to stop her. Suddenly, countless white lights gathered from all around the hall and condensed into a ball in front of Kang Wu-cheong. Gradually, it turned into a burly figure. He was about 8 feet tall and had a strong back and a stocky waist. It was Wei Qing's Kuan Nu. His eyes were closed, and a yellow mark suddenly appeared between his brows. He then opened his eyes, and a cold light shot down toward Kang Wu-cheong. Kang Wu-cheong raised his head and looked Kuan Nu in the eye. Is Ken here by himself? Humph! Kuan-Nu shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Don't you know that my external incarnation consumes a lot of energy? When I was summoned by Gongyang Zhengxi just now, it already consumed a lot of my true essence. If that's the case, you should cut to the chase, Kang Wuxiang said. All right, Xianxia, Kuan-Nu said. I'll just ask you one thing. How do you plan to deal with Li Yunxiao? That's strange, Kang Wuxiang said. Why does everyone care about this? In fact, he's even more concerned about it than I am. What do you think? Kuan-Nu sneered. Not to mention that Yunxiao's previous life was Gu Feiyang, who was a peerless figure who could attract the attention of the world with a casual move. The current situation alone shows that he is involved in almost everything, which is by no means a coincidence. Although I don't believe in fate, this man is definitely a key figure of this era. I agree with you, Kang Wuxiang said. Then we can only use the method we mentioned earlier. We'll use a gentler approach and see if we can recruit him. Humph, amnesty? Kuan-Nu lowered his head and glared at Kang Wuxiang with his sharp eyes. Let me ask you, was Gu Feiyang's death really an accident? Zhou Chu and Luo Xing's hearts were beating fast and their palms were sweating. They had never thought of such a secret. Of course it was an accident, Kang Wuxiang replied. Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains. You know what kind of place that is? Is there anyone in this world who has the ability to set up an ambush in the Tiandang Mountains to ambush him? The Tiandang Mountains is a place where the heavens are buried. Kuan-Nu sneered. It means that even the heavens have to fall within it. Why did Gu Feiyang go to the Tiandang Mountains if he had nothing better to do? Don't talk to me about pursuing the divine Tao. There are indeed many lunatics in this world, but he is definitely not a brainless one. Kang Wuxiang looked up and said slowly, That's hard to say. He probably knows why he wants to go to the Tiandang Mountains. The cold smile on Kuan-Nu's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless and said, If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. You're on your own. A yellow light flashed on his forehead and turned into the shape of a small flower. His body suddenly became faint. Kang Wuxiang's face twitched, and he suddenly said, If Gu Feiyang's death was not an accident, what does Lord Wei Qing want? A cold smile appeared on Kuan-Nu's face as he grabbed out. In a corner of the hall, there was an ancient table with many jade slips stacked on it. One of them flew up and landed in Kuan-Nu's hand. Kuan-Nu placed it on his forehead and slowly imprinted his divine sense into it. As if Wei Qing was unable to catch up, Kuan-Nu's body started to fade faster. Finally, before he disappeared, he flicked his wrist and shot out the jade slip. Kang Wuxiang reached out and grabbed the jade slip. Kuan-Nu had already disappeared. He placed the jade slip on his forehead and read the information with his divine sense. His expression changed several times before finally returning to normal. Humph! With a light snort, the jade slip turned into ashes in his hand and scattered in the air. Let's go, he said. He called out softly and left with Zhou Chu. Luo Xing looked at the dust on the jade slip on the ground and his face turned dark. He turned around and left the hall. Master, what did Lord Wei Qing say? In the sky above the holy region, Zhou Chu, who was following Kang Wuxiang, could not help but ask. Nothing good, Kang Wuxiang replied indifferently. Zhou Chu's heart felt like it was being suffocated. If he had known that this would be the answer, he wouldn't have asked. He continued, Then are we still going to the spiritual flower wonderland? Yes, of course I'm going, Kang Wuxiang replied. He increased the power of his divine art from 100 feet to 1,000 feet, then 1,000 feet. Finally, he shrank the ground into inches, and every time he flashed, he traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. At the same time, in a dangerous mountain range in the northern region, a mountain peak that looked like a giant pillar stood tall in the endless mountains. With the mountain peak as the center, a huge amount of spiritual chi spread out, forming a white cloud pattern that slowly spread out. From time to time, a powerful aura would spread out from the mountain range. Many high-level demonic beasts were scattered around the mountain peaks to cultivate. It was a dangerous place with very few people. On the top of the mountain, clouds filled the air. There were many houses, dormitories, and courtyards. There were also fertile fields, medicinal fields, shops, roads, tea houses, restaurants, and so on, just like a city. In the magnificent building complex on the peak, in a courtyard where spiritual flowers and rare plants were in full bloom, a green-robed man slowly exhaled and gradually opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was slightly pale. However, his eyes were bright, and golden lightning flashed faintly when he opened them. "Lord Wei Qing, how is it?" an old man with a curly beard asked, his eyes full of doubt. Wei Qing tidied up his long robe, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, then said leisurely, "Gongyang Zhengqi is just looking for me to discuss a matter. It's nothing." "So it's Lord Gongyang Zhengqi's summoning. Did Lord Wei Qing mention the Long family?" the old man said. "You're fine, don't worry," Wei Qing said. The old man was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Lord Wei Qing, for your help." Wei Qing reached out to help him up and said, "No need for formalities. We have the same interests, so we're just taking what we need. Now that the world is unstable, after Lord Long Chenmiao's death, the Long family is in need of a strong leader like you. Not only is it beneficial to the Long family, but it is also important to the world." "Lord Wei Qing is right," the old man quickly said. "After I become the head of the Long family, I'll definitely follow your lead and do what I can for the peace of the world. It's rare for you to have such a broad mind. I'll thank you on behalf of the people of the world." Wei Qing nodded with relief. "This is my duty," the old man replied. "After I take the position, I will immediately help you select people and conduct the bloodline purification test." "Yes. You have to be careful about this," Wei Qing replied, "to avoid all kinds of criticism and dissatisfaction. After all, the success rate is not high, and the sacrifice is quite big." "Hee. Without sacrifice, how can it be precious?" the old man sneered. "If the success rate is high, then wouldn't 10th rank divine blood be in abundance? How precious could it be? Those who achieve great things don't mind tips, and my Long family can afford this little sacrifice. Moreover, failure isn't completely useless. Being able to become a ghost Azura is also a wonderful thing. It's great that you think that way. It'd be great if the other members of the Long family thought the same way as you," Wei Qing said. "Humph, don't worry, my lord," the old man replied coldly. "If anyone is stubborn, I'll have to open their minds. Moreover, this was an experiment that Long Chenmiao had started. I have no reason to stop it, right? This matter is of great significance to the Long family, the world, and even the entire realm of heavenly martial arts." "That's true," Wei Qing said. "Refining the bloodline of a true spirit might be the most effective way to become a god in the world." The old man said, "Your Excellency is thinking for the whole world. I, Yi Hongming, will lead the entire Long family to follow you. However, there's one thing that the Long family's sect head token is missing. There are still many stubborn old men in the Long family who only recognize tokens." Wei Qing raised his brows. "I understand this. If you kill Feini and steal the token, you'll definitely face great resistance from within the Long family. Even if you forcefully suppress it, it'll definitely affect the stability of the Long family. Leave the token to me." "Many thanks, my lord." Yi Hongming was overjoyed. The sect leader's token and the matter of Long Chenmiao's death had been a knot in his heart. If he could not handle it properly, he would face many obstacles even if he forced himself to rank up. It would be difficult for him to command the entire sect. In addition to the token, that girl Feini must also die. Otherwise, she will always be a disaster. Yi Hongming's eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes gradually turned red. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," Wei Qing said. A light suddenly flashed in front of the two of them and a man appeared. He knelt on one knee and said, "Lord Wei Qing, Lord Yi, all the elders, protectors, and the 7 young masters are here." Yi Hongming's entire body trembled. An indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. He laughed and said, "Haha, have you all arrived? I've been preparing for a long time. Today will be the day the Long family reaches its peak. Wei Qing's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Everything is going according to plan. Let's go, head Chief Yi. Just as Wei Qing and Yi Hongming were plotting the Long family's matter, Kangwu Qiong and Zhou Chu had also entered the realm of spiritual flowers in the holy city. He was surrounded by exotic flowers and plants. In addition to the astonishing spiritual qi, there was also a strange feeling, as if he had walked into some kind of formation. Zhou Chu looked around and said in surprise, "This is the spiritual flower wonderland? Although I've heard of it, I've never been here before, so I don't know how to get in." "It's a good thing you didn't know how to get in," Kangwu Qiong said. "That old monster would have killed you if you had barged in." "Master, who is that lady Ren Shifang? Is she from the holy region?" Zhou Chu was shocked and quickly asked. Kangwu Qiong chuckled and said, "In general, he's from the sanctuary, but very few people can command him. Although the spiritual flower wonderland is within the misty snow sacred city, it's an independent space. He can also be said to be the master of the spiritual flower wonderland, and he likes this identity more. He doesn't even listen to the orders of master and the other great governors?" Zhou Chu was a little shocked. "He'll listen if it's to his liking, otherwise he won't," Kangwu Qiong replied. "Zhou Chu, Ing Luo." Kangwu Qiong smiled and said loudly, "Ren Shifan, I'm here to see you." The voice was loud and powerful, and it reverberated in the wonderful realm. It was like a spring breeze blowing, and all the exotic flowers and plants swayed with a schwa-schwa sound, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Not only that, but the flowers and grass seemed to have changed. They kept shifting around, and waves of array power seeped in from all directions, pressing down on the two like waves. Zhou Chu was shocked. Even with his cultivation, he found it difficult to resist the formation. However, he did not panic as he followed Kangwu Qiong. As expected, Kangwu Qiong smiled and stretched out his hand. A barrier with a diameter of several feet instantly opened up, and all the pressure disappeared. "Humph! Come in!" A voice sounded from the sky, following which all of the spiritual flowers and plants returned to their original positions, as if they had never changed. A faint fragrance and rich spiritual qi filled the air, as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. Kangwu Qiong took a light step and crossed over. An exquisite pavilion appeared in front of him, and he entered it with one more step. In an elegant small hall, it was empty and quiet. There were only 2 millstone-sized futons placed on the ground. Kangwu Qiong walked over and sat down on a futon with Zhou Chu kneeling behind him. "Speak. Why have you come to find me?" As the voice from before rang out, the futon opposite Kangwu Qiong slowly flashed with black light. A black shadow kept growing, and finally turned into a human figure. His true appearance could not be seen. "Gu Feiyang is not dead," Kangwu Qiong replied. The figure paused for a moment, then snorted. "If you're not dead, then you're not dead. Why are you telling me?" "Ren Shifan, you were more or less involved in that incident back then," Kangwu Qiong smiled and said. The black shadow swayed and said coldly, "I just helped you out. Besides, I didn't plan to target Gu Feiyang. Even if it was related to me, I was just used by you." "What? Are you scared?" Kangwu Qiong chuckled. "Afraid? Ha ha ha." The shadow laughed and said, "I just don't want to take the blame for you for no reason. If I did it, I won't deny it. Even if Gu Feiyang really came to me, do you think I would be afraid of him? Humph. A titled martial sovereign might be a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people, but he's nothing in my eyes." "I know what you're capable of," Kangwu Qiong laughed. "Actually, my main purpose here is not to talk about Gu Feiyang, but about the Devil Lord. It is said that all the seals of the Devil Lord have been opened." The shadow trembled and shook violently. "Oh? All the seals? Are you sure?" "It should be," Kangwu Qiong replied. Gongyang Jingqi was currently worried about this matter. "I'm afraid no one in the holy region has a better understanding of demons than you. I want to hear your opinion." The shadow said, "The demon master has been suppressed for many years. Even if he is unsealed, his strength will definitely not be as strong as before. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, I'll be guarding the last seal, so there's no need to worry. I wanted to ask you, Kangwu Cheong said. Has the seal changed recently? Change? There's no change, the shadow replied after some thought. That's good, Kangwu Cheong said. We're in a critical period right now. I suggest that you don't touch the seal anymore and try to strengthen it. I know what I'm doing, the shadow snorted and said disdainfully. Since you're so confident, I have nothing to worry about. Kangwu Cheong nodded. I'll take care of Gu Feiyang. If things really get out of hand, I hope you can help me. Eh? The shadow was surprised. Could it be that Gu Feiyang is so powerful now that you're afraid of him? It's complicated, Kangwu Cheong replied. It's hard to explain in a short time. I'm afraid you don't have the patience to listen. I'm indeed impatient, the shadow sneered. But isn't this your most important purpose in coming here? There's a lot of them, regardless of their primary or secondary goals. Kangwu Cheong chuckled. I understand. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I'll do my best to help you. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. I won't see you out, the shadow said leisurely. Good. You're indeed a straightforward person. Kangwu Cheong seemed to be very satisfied. He stood up and said, Then I won't disturb you any longer. With a wave of his sleeve, he left with Zhou Chu. In 2 steps, they had left the wonderful realm and disappeared from the sky above the holy city of misty snow. The shadow looked at the 2 people's departing backs and suddenly trembled. It began to shake violently. Arg! Ah! A painful cry came out of the shadow's mouth. Suddenly, light shot from all directions and entered his body, gradually turning into a real body with flesh and blood. An old face was revealed. His hair and beard were all like silver, and the wrinkles on his face were like ravines, describing the vicissitudes of time. Arg! Ah! Ren Shiqian groaned in a low voice as her body kept rolling in the air and spinning on the ground. I was wrong, I was wrong. I beg you to let me go. He kept wailing, his eyes filled with pain, and beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks as he trembled. Wrong? What were you doing earlier? A large amount of black gas suddenly surged out of Ren Shiqian's body and condensed on the dome of the hall. A figure gradually emerged from it. With a wave of his hand, all the black gas was absorbed into his body and swept away. Only then did Ren Shifang's pain dissipate, but she was still trembling on the ground. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the person in the sky with a complicated expression. The man smiled contemptuously and snorted disdainfully. This is your end if you want to devour and absorb me to cultivate the supreme demonic body. Ren Shiqian got up from the ground and said fearfully, Dijia, I already know I'm wrong. Why are you being so aggressive? The young man was Dijia. He smiled evilly and said, Now you admit your mistake? You already fucked him? The reason why I didn't kill you is because you still have some strength and are a useful talent. As long as you obediently become my demon slave, not only will you be spared from death, but you will also be able to obtain greater power. Demon slave? No, absolutely not. Wouldn't that be worse than death for me? Ren Shiqian shouted in horror. You want to make a divine transcendence expert your demon slave? You're too much. TSK. I'll spit. Dijia spat at him and said in disdain. Back then, those who became my fiend slaves were all godly state existences. Trash like you don't even have the right to kneel and lick my boots, and now you're trying to act tough with me? His face turned cold, and his figure flickered. He instantly turned into a black light and shot into Ren Shifan's body. Ah! Ren Shiqian screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. My lord, please spare me. I'm an expert of my generation. How can I be a slave? Ah! Help! Help! Fine. Seeing that you're still considered the #1 figure in this era of trash, I'll give you a little promotion and make you this lord's demonic servant. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Dijia's cold voice sounded in his body. Ren Shiyuan trembled in pain. The immense pain did not only come from her internal organs, but also from her bone marrow and meridians. It seeped out from every pore in her body, and even her soul felt like it was being torn apart. She was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. He had never dreamed that he could torture a person to such a painful extent. I yield, I promise you. Woa! She burst into tears like a 100-year-old man. Her trembling body twitched on the ground and she looked very pitiful. Humph! Don't act pitiful in front of me. I'm telling you, this is a great fortune. A large amount of demonic chi gushed out of his body and turned into Dijia's appearance. He said coldly, "Besides, you only have yourself to blame for this. Who asked you to have designs on my lord and be so bold as to directly refine and devour me? Ha! What I didn't expect was that your body had accumulated a large amount of devil essence. That devil essence originally belonged to me. TSK. What a nostalgic power." She trembled as he knelt on the ground. He did not dare to speak as he wiped his tears. Originally, he had been cultivating in the spiritual flower wonderland because he had taken a fancy to the devil master under the seal here. He had also found a way to pry open a crack and let the devil chi seep out from time to time for him to absorb and refine. After decades of accumulation, he had reached a very considerable level and his MO skills were abnormally strong. However, what annoyed him was that the seal on the devil master seemed to have a spirit of its own. It constantly repaired the cracks he pried open, and every time he tore a crack, the power consumed increased several times. As a result, the amount of devil chi that could seep out later was very little, which made him feel very distressed. And just when his MO skill was at a standstill and his MO body was not tempered enough, Dijia broke into the realm of spiritual flowers and was caught red-handed by him. With his demonic cultivation, he naturally recognized that Dijia's cultivation method was of the same origin as his, and he had a large amount of demonic essence. In his ecstasy, he melted Dijia without distinguishing right from wrong, turning it into the purest devil essence and absorbing it into his body. However, he didn't expect that what he absorbed was the devil master's avatar, and his will was undying. In the end, not only did Dijia not die, but he also devoured all the demonic essence that had been accumulated in his body for decades and planted a demonic seed that could directly corrode his body. At first, his internal organs hurt, then it spread to his limbs and bones, and finally even invaded his 3 souls and 7 spirits. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. "Open up your spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and let my demonic seed enter. This way, you will be bestowed with infinite power and become an existence of supreme glory," Dijia said coldly. Cici's entire body trembled violently. He knew that no matter how much he resisted, the demonic seed would spread to his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness sooner or later. It would only cause him more pain. In his despair, he finally gave up on resisting and allowed the demonic seed's power to spread throughout his body, finally entering his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. Ah! He suddenly flipped up from the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. His head felt like it was going to explode. Dijia sneered. "This is an inevitable process. How can you see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? If you can't even endure this little bit of suffering, what qualifications do you have to be my servant?" Ren Shifang's wailing was even louder than before, but the aura on her body was constantly strengthening. Her silver hair and beard were constantly turning black, and the wrinkles on her face were gradually smoothed out and began to shine. In the Divine Realm tablet, high up in the sky, a ball of golden light, like molten metal, wriggled in the air. Suddenly, a 7-colored light gathered in front of him and turned into circles of light. An eye slowly opened inside. The eye was red and black, and strange symbols were scattered around it. The eye blinked, and the golden ball of light was instantly sucked in by a force. It turned into rays of light that shot into the eye and were directly absorbed into the red and black eyes. The symbols around the eyeball were constantly shattered by the golden light. The entire eye seemed to be in pain and trembled a few times in the air. Soon after, his entire eye turned golden and shot out tens of thousands of rays of light. However, it only lasted for a moment. In the blink of an eye, all the golden light disappeared and everything returned to normal. Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared, covering his eyes with his hands. Blood was oozing out between his fingers. He was injured. Big brother Yunxiao. Blood. A white figure also appeared. It was water deity. She looked on in fear and anxiety. It's fine, Yunxiao said indifferently, then lowered his hand. His eyes were like a sea of blood, looking a little terrifying. The energy of the gold spirit is too strong, and the cultivation technique of the minor cycle 3-phase mystic technique is incomplete. Although I have deduced a lot, I can't reach the 4th level. If you can't make it, don't force it, the water deity said anxiously. Why don't you cultivate my family's eye of truth? Yunxiao shook his head and said, the eye of truth must be completely integrated with the Bo family's bloodline. The innate divine ability derived from it is not easy to cultivate. And this little cycle 3-phase wondrous technique spirit eye seemed to be the general outline of all spirit eye techniques. Back then, I happened to obtain the 5 techniques of the heaven peaking eye technique in the little spirit heaven of Langya heaven. It seems like they were derived from this wondrous technique, the spirit eyes. The water deity's face was bitter as she said, even if this technique is powerful, what's the point if I can't cultivate it? It'll be too harmful if you force yourself to cultivate it. Big brother Yunxiao, you'd better not cultivate it. Yunxiao's heart softened when he saw her pleading face. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't let my losses outweigh my gains. And Big brother Yunxiao must keep your word, the water deity said with a straight face. Yunxiao could not help but laugh. When have I ever gone back on my word? The water deity clapped her hands happily. That's great. That's great, she said. Yunxiao smiled wryly. All right, you should go and cultivate. We're near the heavenly ridge now. I'll go out and see what's going on. The water deity hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, I want to go out too. Big brother Yunxiao, take me out. You'd better calm down and cultivate with peace of mind, Yunxiao said. Refine and control Nehru as soon as possible, and then you can go anywhere in the world. I've been working very hard, 100 times harder than I was in the sea forest. No matter how much you cultivate, you should at least relax and rest. Yunxiao was speechless. Looking at her pitiful face, he said, All right, you'll come with me. The two of them turned into white light and disappeared into the divine realm tablet. The next moment, with a golden light, the two of them appeared directly on Noah's ship. Little sister water deity, why are you out here too? Fanny turned around. Her eyes narrowed as she giggled. Sister Fanny. The water deity jumped over and held Fanny's hand. She seemed to be very happy and said, I asked big brother Yunxiao to let me out to rest. I'm almost bored to death cultivating in there all day. Although the two of them had not seen each other much, after the battle in Red Moon City, they were like life and death friends and had an extremely good relationship. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other's affairs. That's great. We'll be at the Long family's residence soon. I'll show you around. Fanny laughed. Yay! The water deity was overjoyed. She was jumping around and looking out of the warship from time to time. It was a vast mountain range and she would chat with Fanny from time to time. Yunxiao was speechless as he looked at Yifan. Then he said, We're about to reach the Long family. Isn't it too ostentatious for Noah's ship to fly over like this? Don't worry, big brother Yunxiao, Yifan said. Big sister Fanny has already told me the approximate location. When we arrive, I'll send the warship into the void. I won't be discovered. That's good, Yunxiao said. Hee, the Azuracy? I'm looking forward to it. Wuxia, who was sitting nearby, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. Shut up. Don't mention the word Shura in front of me, or else the Long family will be your death. The expression of Fei and I, who was in the middle of teasing water deity, suddenly darkened. Her expression changed instantly and a sharp gaze shot over. Her body was burning with flames and her killing intent was overflowing. Tisk! Wuxia sneered disdainfully, as if he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Fei and I's face was filled with anger. The Long family was her home. Even though the competition between her fellow disciples was extremely intense and they had all sorts of schemes and tricks up their sleeves, These were all beautiful memories at this moment. She could not help but shiver at the thought of a large number of her fellow disciples becoming Wei Qing's test subjects and becoming the walking dead. Furthermore, she herself had a true spirit bloodline, so she could feel the sorrow and pain even more. Sister Fanny, don't be angry. I know him, he's a bad guy. Let's ignore him. The water deity was shocked by her appearance and quickly comforted her. The raging fire on Fanny's body gradually extinguished. She exhaled and stroked the water deity's hair. Good sister, this is Big Sister's home. I will never allow bad people to come to my home and cause trouble. The water deity nodded, not fully understanding. Yes, I won't allow any bad guys to cause destruction in the forest of the sea. I'm with my sister, and I'll kill whoever causes destruction. Her eyes also suddenly turned cold and shot out 2 rays of murderous intent. Fanny was shocked and her anger dissipated. She looked at the water deity in surprise. She did not expect that there would be killing intent under her pure and innocent appearance. In fact, the water deity was not involved in many things. She was usually in a high position. Although she did not have to kill people personally, many people had been killed because of her. To put it bluntly, she did not have much concept of killing people. When she was unhappy, she might have the intention to kill. Faye and I patted her head and chuckled. All right, we'll kill whoever saboteurs the way. The Noah's ship soon entered the Long family's detection range. Yifan used a few hand seals, and the ship immediately disappeared into the sky. A moment later, Yunxiao and the others appeared on the top of the mountain, which towered into the clouds, on a winding bluestone street. Yifan looked around in surprise, praising, I didn't expect that there would be a city-like layout on a mountain peak. It doesn't feel restrained at all, and instead has a unique flavor. Yes, it's my first time coming to such a strange place. Water deity was also very happy. She grabbed Yunxiao's arm with one hand and Fanny with the other, looking around. The Long family is divided into the inner and outer sects. The inner sect disciples are all beings who have awakened the true spirit bloodline, while the outer sect disciples are ordinary people who have not yet awakened it. However, they must be the descendants of those who have the true spirit bloodline. This is to ensure that there will be bloodline awakeners among their descendants in the future, said Fanny. Yifan said, No wonder there is such a huge city gathering place. This place is already equivalent to a mid-sized city. Are all the people here true spirit bloodline descendants? Not exactly, but most of the original residents are, Fanny said. As the city scale was built, various chamber of commerces were stationed there, and the number of foreigners was also very large. Moreover, not all descendants of the true spirit bloodline were outer disciples. Many descendants could not even form a sea of qi and were destined to be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. The minimum standard for outer disciples was to be a warrior. Even if you don't awaken your true spirit bloodline, you can become an inner disciple directly as long as you cultivate to the rank of a 9 heavens martial sovereign with your own efforts. What's the probability of awakening a true spirit bloodline among the descendants? Yunxiao asked. 1 in 10,000, Fanny replied. What? It's that low? Both Yifan and Water Deity were very surprised, while Yunxiao and Shoumujia were much calmer. This ratio is actually not low, said Fanny. There are tens of millions of descendants of the true spirit bloodline in the Sky Ridge. Many of them are also scattered all over the heavenly martial arts realm. The Long family currently has more than 10,000 inner disciples. 10 million Taowu means that the city on the heavenly ridge has nearly 100 million people. It's not any smaller than a medium-sized city. Yifan exclaimed again. Including the outsiders, there should be more than 100 million people, which is the standard for a large city. The Sky Ridge is 108,000 feet high, the highest mountain in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Even if an ordinary person lived to 100 years old and rode a horse from the bottom of the mountain, he would never reach the top of the mountain. Why didn't we go directly to the Long family? Yunxiao asked. Why did we come to the center of the city? The rest of the people were also suspicious as they looked at Fanny. Fanny raised her head and looked at the mountain peak that reached into the clouds in the distance. Her face was filled with worry as she said, When we entered the Tianling range, I noticed that the mountain protecting formation had been activated. If I wasn't familiar with this formation and knew how to get around it, we probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Mountain protecting formation? What? Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. Did something happen? Fei and I nodded and said, even if the mountain protecting formation doesn't defend against attacks, the primordial stones used in one day is equivalent to the Long family's total income in one day. It's a huge sum. If it wasn't an urgent matter, I wouldn't have activated this formation. It seems like Wei Qing is already here, Qiu Mujia sneered. TSK, there's a good show to watch. If it's really Wei Qing who wants to plot against the Long family and has already found a mole, Yunxiao said, it makes sense that he activated the mountain protecting array to avoid outside interference. However, I can see that everyone in the city has a serene expression on their faces, as if nothing has happened. Yeah, I noticed that too, said Xiaomujia. That only means that Wei Qing's matter is still in progress and has yet to succeed. That's why no one in the entire Tianling sect knows about the change in leadership. In that case, it seems that we have to calm the storm before Wei Qing takes action, Yunxiao said. Only then can we minimize the casualties. Xiaomujia chuckled and said, do you think it's that easy? Wei Qing's strength and wisdom were far above ordinary people, and he rarely failed in his tasks. Even though the battle at Red Moon City was earth-shattering, the final outcome still returned to his control. Feini looked at the road in the distance worriedly. It led straight up to the sky ridge, towering into the clouds. Suddenly, a group of people came from behind. There were 7 or 8 12 or 13-year-old children. They were led by a few guards and were walking over. The children were talking and laughing, and everyone's face was filled with joy. There were also some adults following behind them, and they all had extremely happy expressions. The leader of the guards suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted, all right, don't follow me. Go back. The adults behind him slowed down their pace and tried their best to signal to the children with their eyes, constantly smiling. How annoying. If any parent comes again, take the child back. A guard's face darkened as he impatiently shouted. Only then did the team that was following them stop, and no one dared to step forward. It's no wonder. Who wouldn't be excited to see their children and grandchildren have the hope of awakening their bloodline and their family will soar from then on? Why didn't I encounter such a good thing back then? The other guard clicked his tongue. I went through a lot of trouble to activate my bloodline and almost lost my life. Yes. The guard looked at the 8 children and said, if he can really awaken his bloodline, he will be directly accepted into the inner sect. The treatment at home will be completely different. From then on, he will be above the rest. In the Long family of the Sky Ridge, these ordinary mortals had to pay a considerable amount of money to the sect every year. If they could produce an outer sect disciple, they could reduce the tax accordingly based on the strength of the outer sect disciple. However, once there was an inner sect disciple, not only would they receive a comprehensive amount of offerings, but they would also receive a large portion of the Long family's rations every year. Even their family status would rise with the tide. Could be said that they had reached the heavens in a single step. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. The guard leader's face darkened as he shouted. Immediately, there was no more sound. The guards and the 8 children increased their pace. Yanhuai. Suddenly, a faint voice directly entered the guard commander's ears. His entire body trembled as he said in shock, who is it? This voice was very familiar, and it was filled with a kind of condescending majesty. A beautiful figure instantly appeared in his mind, and his body trembled as he said in shock, Lord Feini, is that you? His voice was filled with excitement. He looked forward and saw that the people in front of him had extraordinary auras. At first glance, he could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. The woman who was looking at him was Feini. Greetings, Lord Feini. Yanhuai stepped forward and bowed. No need to be so polite. What are you doing? Feini's gaze fell on the children. She had heard the conversation between the guards and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Lord Feini, these children meet the requirements to activate their bloodline. They're being sent to the trial area for the activation of their bloodline. Yan Huai said respectfully. His eyes were filled with excitement and his face was flushed. Facing the young master of the Long family who had the most potential, the goddess in the hearts of all the Long family youths couldn't help but feel nervous. Fanny's expression changed. Bloodline activation criteria? What is this? Yan Huai was shocked by her appearance and said, "Don't you know, Lord Fanny? This is the latest research result. It said that children who meet the criteria can awaken the potential in their blood and revive their true spirit before they're 15. Qiu Mujia's brows twitched. He looked at the children and said, "As expected, could it be that Wei Qing has already perfected my research? Or is it still an incomplete technique?" Fanny was shocked. "What technique? It's your doing again." Qiu Mujia sneered and said, "Humph, humph. What do you mean by I did it? There's no good or bad in techniques, only good and bad people." Yun Xiao smacked his head and said, "You make it sound like you're a good person. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to avoid causing a disturbance." Just now, when Yan Huai revealed Fei and I's identity, the people around him had heard it clearly. They were all shocked and surrounded him in a circle. "We're on our way back to the Cloud Summit. Why don't you come with us?" Yan Huai said. "All right, let's talk about it in the chariot," Fanny said. Yan Huai was overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a chariot with all kinds of real spirit patterns embroidered on it. Everyone flew into the battleship, including the 8 children. They quickly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the top of the sky ridge. Qiu Mujia walked up to a child and reached out to grab him. The child was scared and cried out loudly. However, how could he escape? He was picked up by Qiu Mujia like a little chick and started wailing. It's indeed my method." Qiu Mujia touched the child's sea of vital energy a few times and spread out his divine sense to check. "What's going on?" Fanny asked anxiously. "What did you use to test these kids?" Qiu Mujia asked. Yan Huai became alert and looked at Fei and I awkwardly. "This is the Long family's top secret. I'm sorry, but I can't follow your orders." Qiu Mujia sneered in disdain. "It's fine if you don't tell me. It's most likely a medicinal powder refined from Qilin budstones and poisonous nidin. It's used to smear on their Qizheng, Tai Lake, and Shinting acupuncture points. If there's a dark color, it proves that they have the qualifications." How did you know?" Yan Huai was shocked. He clenched his fists and became nervous. He had realized that these people were not simple. At least, anyone who could be with young Master Fanny would not be simple. "I'm the one who created this technique. How do you think I know?" Qiu Mujia sneered. "Ah!" Yan Huai was stunned. Fanny was extremely frustrated and said, "Will there be any negative side effects if I activate my bloodline after I'm selected?" "It depends on the degree of opening," said Qiu Mujia. "The spell technique I've developed can increase the power of their bloodlines limitlessly." "Unlimited improvement?" Everyone was shocked and somewhat confused. "Don't think it's strange, guys. It's an unlimited upgrade. However, the premise is that your body must be able to withstand it. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. Furthermore, the more it is stimulated, the smaller the potential for future growth." "So, you mean to say that stimulating one's potential is just pulling up seedlings to help them grow?" Yun Xiao said. "Is harmful and not beneficial?" "You can't say that either," said Qiu Mujia. "Some people might not be able to awaken their bloodline for the rest of their lives. Although my secret skill will hurt their bodies, at least it gives them a chance." "Indeed," Yan Huai said. "It's better to have a secret technique cast on you than not being able to awaken for life." "I've said it before," Qiu Mujia sneered. "There's no good or bad in techniques, only good and bad in talents. As long as the technique was controlled, it would be extremely beneficial to the Long family. However, I'm no living Lei Feng. When I first developed this technique, I was completely aiming for level 10 divine blood, and countless vessels exploded in the process." Yun Xiao seemed to have heard something, so he asked, "What happened after that?" Qiu Mujia glanced at him and chuckled. "Then I thought of a way. While I was constantly refining the concentration of their bloodline, I used another secret technique to strengthen their physical body. This way, the number of body explosions was greatly reduced. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They could imagine how much pain the test subject would be in if they did that. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "What happened after that?" Qiu Mujia's face flickered with excitement as he said, "After that, the vessels that could simultaneously strengthen the body basically won't self-destruct anymore. However, most of them couldn't bear the pain and died from a mental breakdown. Thus, I thought of a way to increase their spiritual energy. Lunatic. A complete lunatic. That was what everyone was thinking. They finally understood why the Sea of Soul Formation wanted to kill him back then. It was too crazy and cruel." Qiu Mujia's eyes narrowed and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Under the condition that I stimulated their spiritual power with a secret technique, a large number of samples still died. The last batch that survived all turned into Shura." Faye and I sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at the 8 ignorant children who were filled with confusion, and her heart could not help but tremble. "A batch? How many are there?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Don't worry. It's just a Shura, not an ultimate body ghost Shura." Qiu Mujia chuckled. Everyone's faces were very ugly. Yan Huai more or less understood what was going on, and his face turned pale as if he didn't believe it at all. "What's the strength of that Azura?" Yunxiao frowned. "What's his strength like?" Qiu Mujia said, "I call all these failed products of alchemy Azuras. The one who was the most unfortunate and fell one step away from level 10 divine blood was the ghost Azura you've seen before. It's extremely precious. The rest of them are divided into gold, silver, copper, and iron according to their strength. Except for the gold Azura, who may bring you some trouble, the other 3 levels are completely trash." "You're the trash." Yunxiao gritted his teeth. "You're the trash. Haha. Thank you for your praise." On the contrary, Qiu Mujia laughed smugly. "Yanhuai, how long has it been since we've been picking children everywhere?" Fei and I's face was cold. "How many children have been chosen?" Yan Huai trembled and immediately realized the severity of the situation. It's already been 3 to 4 days. There are a total of 20 groups choosing from various places. I estimate that more than 1,000 people have been sent to the top. His cheeks were also dripping with cold sweat, and his body couldn't help but tremble as he said, "I don't believe what you're saying. How could the Lord Patriarch do such a thing?" Faney looked at him and sighed deeply. "The family head has already fallen outside the Red Moon City a month ago." "What?" Yan Huai's body trembled, and his mouth was wide open, unable to speak. The other guards and the 8 children were all shocked, thinking that they had heard wrong. "Lady Faney, what did you just say?" Yan Huai's voice trembled. "It's been a while. Has the Elder Council sealed the news?" Faney asked. "That's right. If it were to spread, the consequences would be hard to predict." Yan Huai's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said, "How is this possible? Lord Sect Master's divine arts are unrivaled in the world. Who in this world can kill him?" Fei and I's heart trembled, and her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Although Long Chenmiao had committed suicide after his strength fell, he was killed by her divine flame in a battle with her. "Lord Faney, tell me how the sect leader died." Yan Huai's eyes were red, and a wild power gushed out of his body, glowing with white light. Faney raised her hand and patted his shoulder. The force was immediately suppressed and she sighed. "You'll know sooner or later, so don't ask so much. Take us to the elder's home first." The Long family might have already fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Yan Huai instantly felt a force dispel his violent aura, and his heart felt warm. He nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry, Lord Faney. If anyone tries to harm the Long family, I will be the first to die on the battlefield." Faney nodded, her face full of worry as she turned to look at Yunxiao. The water deity also felt the seriousness of the atmosphere and had been silent all this while. At this moment, she said, "Don't worry, Big Sister Faney. With Big Brother Yunxiao here, we're not afraid of any bad people." Faney smiled faintly, her face flushed. Yanhuai's heart skipped a beat, as if he had caught something. His eyes shot out a fierce light as he stared at Yunxiao with a gloomy face. Yunxiao felt different eyes on him, and he felt that he was really innocent. He had made enemies without doing anything. Lord Feini, what about the 8 youths? Yan Huai asked after staring at him for a while. Bringing them up there would be sending them to their deaths. Let's just leave them here and let them go down the mountain by themselves, said Feini. No, I don't want to go down the mountain. I want to activate my bloodline, a boy shouted with an anxious expression. If I can't open my bloodline, I'd rather die there. The other 7 children also had determined expressions and refused to leave no matter what. This was their only chance to change their fate, and to them it was more important than their lives. It's good to bring them along. I'll follow them and see to what extent Wei Qing has developed my research results, Qiu Mujie said. He looked at Feini's angry face and smiled. Don't worry, I can guarantee their safety. If necessary, helping them awaken their bloodlines won't be a problem. Furthermore, I have no interest in the internal affairs of your Long family. That's good, Yunxiao said. We'll split into 2 groups. Brother Mujie will go to the experimental site and try to rescue all the test subjects. Let's go to the elder's home and help Feini become the sect master. Sect master? Yan Huai was shocked. Long Qianyao had passed the position of sect master to Feini before he died, Yunxiao said. He has a token as proof, and the heroes of the world have witnessed it. Yan Huai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly knelt down and said, Yan Huai greets Lord Sect Leader. The guards and the 8 children behind him also knelt down in shock. Fei and I waved her sleeve and a force lifted everyone up. She said, the position of sect master can't be passed down through inheritance alone. It also requires the approval of the Elder Council. Without going through the proper procedures, I'm not the head of the Long family. Don't worry, Lord Feini. The sect master has passed away and has appointed you to be his successor. The Elder Council won't object. Moreover, out of all the lords in the Long family, only you are most qualified to inherit it. Suddenly, the starship trembled violently as a force of resistance shot through it. Everyone felt their bodies stagnate, and the entire starship came to a stop. What's going on? Yan Huai was shocked and hurriedly left the cabin. Fei and I's expression changed as she said, It's the inner formation. I didn't expect the inner formation to be activated. There are 2 protective formations on the mountain, the inner and outer, he explained. Just as everyone was in the battle cabin, they saw several beams of light converging and quickly surrounding the warship. The leader's face was cold as he said, Yan Huai? Who's on the warship? The energy fluctuations are so great. He raised his eyes and was stunned. Lord Feini, that's me. Open the inner formation, I want to go in, Feini said. The man's face twitched and he said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. What? Fei and I was shocked and even Yan Huai was shocked. Then, he became furious and shouted, Sha Fei, do you know who you're talking to? I'm very clear, Sha Fei said with a serious tone. With a wave of his hand, the people in the surroundings immediately surrounded him. Origin power exploded from their bodies, and they were all holding weapons. Pa! At the same time, a jade token was smashed into pieces in his hand. A green light flashed and disappeared. Sha Fei, what are you doing? Yan Huai was shocked. Sha Fei looked at Feini and said, Lord Feini, the Elder Council has ordered the Cloud Summit to be sealed for 3 days, and no one is allowed to enter. Feini's eyes glinted coldly and said, Anyone? Does that include the young master of the Long family? Sha Fei nodded and said, Moreover, the Elder Council has ordered us to stop young Master Feini and report to him at once if we see him. How could the Elder's home be like this? Yan Huai was shocked and furious. Do you know Ingluo? Feini waved her hand to interrupt him and asked calmly, Which elder gave the order? Sha Fei did not seem to want to say anything, but when he saw Feini's calm eyes, his heart trembled. Elder Gong Haomin. Him. Feini frowned. How is it? Yunxiao asked. The possibility of Wei Qing choosing this person is not high. He's not strong enough and he's not very intelligent either. There should be someone else above him. Humph, little girl. How dare you speak of this old man like that? An angry shout came from the sky, and then a ray of light came from far away, appearing in front of everyone in a few blinks. The person had a wide forehead, a broad face, a tiger's body, and a bear's waist. His entire body was pitch black, and he had a pair of wings. He retracted his wings and shot his gaze at Faye and I. He snorted coldly. No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out that he's become more capable. Sha Fei's body trembled as he hurriedly went forward and bowed. Elder Gong Haoxuan, I was by just now. There's no need to explain. Gong Haoqin stretched out his hand and said, This old man is never afraid of people talking about my name. You didn't do anything wrong. Yes? Thank you for your magnanimity, Elder. Sha Fei heaved a heavy sigh of relief and retreated to the side. Gong Haoyan's eyes swept over Yunxiao and the others one by one, and finally landed on Xiaomujia. Then, a solemn look flashed across his face as he said, Who are you? Judging from your current demonic form, you should be a descendant of a bat-type true spirit, right? Xiaomujia said with a smile. TSK, they're really rare. I really want to capture them and study them. Impudent. This is the long family of the heavenly mountains. If you don't want to die, you'll have to follow the rules of the long family. Gong Haoxuan was furious. Oh, what rules? Xiaomujia asked with a smile. Everyone except Feini, Gong Haoqin said coldly. The rest of you step down from the clouds. We won't be receiving any guests for the next 3 days. Why did Feini stay? Yunxiao asked curiously. Feini is now a wanted criminal of the Long family, so of course he has to stay. Gong Haoqin sneered. Elder Gong Haomin, what do you mean by that? Fei and I was shocked and furious. How could this be? Yan Huai was also shocked. Why have I never heard of it? Gong Haoqian sneered. Nothing much. The Elder's house just listed you as a wanted criminal not long ago. It's just that they haven't announced it yet. Follow me to the Cloud Summit and you'll find out. Yunxiao laughed and said, Well, since you're all wanted criminals, Feini, you don't have to go back. I don't think anything good will happen to you. Let's go together. You want to leave? No way. Gong Haoxiao's face turned cold. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yunxiao and reached out his hand. Yunxiao instantly retreated and dodged the attack. Didn't you just say that we should leave? The friend I was talking about broke into the sky ridge and the clouds. Gong Haoqin grinned hideously. How can he leave so easily? Then what do you want? Yunxiao asked. Simple. Gong Haoqin said coldly. Take 3 moves from me, and you can leave if you're still alive. 3 moves? Yunxiao said slowly. 3 moves? How about this, you take one of my moves, and if you can take it, you'll let us pass. Fuck. Impudent. Gong Haoqin was furious. You're just an early-stage 9-star martial sovereign. How dare you talk big in front of me? You're sentenced to death. When Yunxiao saw that he was about to rush at him again, he dodged and retreated hundreds of feet again. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a deal of 1 move? If you can withstand it, I'll surrender. Not only me, but you can also capture them. How about it? Gong Haoxuan was stunned. He didn't seem to be joking, so he asked suspiciously, Really? Of course, Yunxiao said with a smile. His words represent me, Feini said. Yi Fan and Water Deity also said, They also represent me. Humph. Xiaomujia snorted coldly and said, Although his words don't represent mine, I'll turn around and leave if you can take a single move from him. Yan Huai, Sha Fei, and the others were all shocked. They looked at Yunxiao in disbelief, not understanding why so many people believed him. If the others didn't know Gong Haoxuan's power, at least Lord and I knew Elder Gong Haoxuan's strength, so why did he agree? All right? Ha ha ha. Gong Haogan could not help but laugh. You're too arrogant, kid. No wonder Feini is so arrogant. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, All right, then please teach me how to be a good person. My lord, I'm gonna make a move. Don't hide. A 5-colored ray of light shot out from his palm, and the Tusita heavenly peak rose slowly. Gong Haoqian was slightly surprised. Although he could sense that the mountain was extraordinary, he was still very confident. It was impossible for him to be unable to withstand a single attack. After all, the other party's cultivation base was obvious. Qiu Mujie and the others all looked at Xianxia with strange eyes, thinking to themselves that this kid was really vicious. He had used a profound level weapon as soon as he made his move, and even extraordinary saints would not dare to take it with their bare hands. "Be careful, my lord," Xianxia said. "This profound level weapon of mine is a gravity-type weapon. I don't know how many tens of thousands of pounds it weighs. Even a peak 9 stars martial sovereign might not be able to take it." Gong Haoqian sneered. "I'm only one step away from becoming a peak 9 stars martial sovereign. A mere profound level weapon is nothing to me." He looked at the Tusita peak that was flying towards him, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. However, he did not think too much about it. With a loud shout, his entire body transformed into a demon. His body was twice as big as before, and his wide face protruded forward and became a little sharp. His entire black body was filled with muscle lumps. With a loud shout, he formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards Tusita Peak. At the same time, he spat out a rune, which turned into endless sound waves that spread in the sky. All of a sudden, the Tusita Peak's falling momentum sank, and the entire sky was compressed, constantly squeezing down. Boom! The power of Gong Haoyan's seal instantly disintegrated, and the power of the sound wave was completely annihilated by the distortion of space. What? Gong Haoyan was dumbfounded. My full power attack was like a mantis trying to stop a car. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't even make a splash. How is this possible? However, he was not stunned for long as the Tusita Peak fell directly. Before it touched his body, it was crushed into pieces by the 5-colored light, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Ah! Everyone from the Long family was dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. Apart from the swooshing sound of the Tusita Peak, there was no other sound in the sky. The Long family members were all petrified. Ka. Yanhui made a few noises from his throat. He rubbed his eyes and hit his head from time to time. Illusion. It must be an illusion. He kept hinting to himself that the battle between the two of them should be earth-shattering and shatter the sky. How could it have been so silent? Elder Gong Haogan had been reduced to ashes without even a grunt. "Let's go, Yanhui. Anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy," Fanny said indifferently. Yanhui shivered. Fanny's words made him sober up a little, and he realized that what he had just seen was not an illusion. Ah? Just now. Sha Fei was also jolted awake. His face instantly contorted, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat poured down like rain. Yanhui hurriedly told the others to start the warship. Sha Fei said anxiously, "You guys can't be scared." Before he could finish, he saw Yunxiao turn his head. He was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and retreated to the side. Whoosh! The battleship immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the mountain road. "Lord Sha Fei, what do we do now?" A martial artist was also covered in cold sweat. "What do we do?" Sha Fei mumbled to himself. He only came to his senses when he saw the warship disappear in front of him and suddenly said, "Hurry up and inform the elders home." The battleship continued to speed along the mountain road, passing through the clouds, and the peak gradually appeared in front of them. "Wow, it's so beautiful!" Water deity clapped her hands and praised. Countless towering trees with leaves and branches were like huge mushrooms blooming on the clouds. Magnificent palaces were located in the distance, like a fairyland. "Yanhui, take Lord Mujie to the experiment site," said Fanny. "Husband, Sister Water Fairy, Yifan, come with me to the elder compound." "Ah? Fuxia. Yanhui's mouth was wide open. He was even more shocked and stunned than when he saw Gong Haoshuan being killed instantly. Yunxiao did not bother to explain. The 4 of them flew out of the warship, and under Fanny's lead, they flew toward the clouds. "Yifan, Water Fairy, Xianxia said. The Long family's elder compound is very dangerous. You should go back to the Divine Realm tablet first. Without waiting for the two to agree, a light flashed between his brows and they were directly taken in. It seems like my husband has already made preparations for a great battle. Fanny smiled bitterly. We have to fight even if we don't want to, Xianxia said with a smile. We've been surrounded. What? Fanny was shocked and spread out her divine sense. But there was no one around. She exclaimed, Could it be Huaqing? The space suddenly became hazy. A dozen or so figures appeared 100 feet away from the two. They were all wearing silver-white clothes with an array drawn on them that seemed to be able to suppress and hide their auras. Only one of them was dressed in a long robe. He held a large sword in his right hand and placed it on his shoulder. It's indeed Huaqing. Are you going to arrest me too? Fanny said. The man had been staring at Xianxia since he appeared, and only then did he turn his eyes to him and say, Young Lord Fanny, surrender and follow me to the Elder's Hall. Fanny sneered. That's good. You don't have to trouble yourself, Huaqing. I'm on my way to the Elder's home. Yes. Huaqing nodded and said, Let me place a seal on the two of you to lock your origin power. You can go then. Fanny said, Since you also treat me as a wanted criminal, then I have nothing to say to you. You are not my opponent. I don't want to kill you for the time being. Move aside. Huaqing said, Young Master Fanny, you're indeed very talented. You've only left the Long family for a few months, and even I can't see through your cultivation. I'm afraid you're already a 9-stars martial sovereign. Fanny said, If you know, then move away. The Long family is on the verge of death. Although you have always made me hate you, you are still upright. I don't want to kill you. Huaqing frowned and said, Life and death. These words really scared me to death. Fanny, you're on the verge of life and death, right? You colluded with Xianxia and plotted against our sect master. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to pay for your sin. His eyes were filled with sweat as he unsheathed the sword on his shoulder and slashed at Fanny without a word. We, Huaqing, will not allow such a traitor to approach the Elder Council. A ray of red light flew over like a rainbow. The silver-clothed martial artists also gathered around. They took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. Dumbo! Fanny cursed and jumped away, unwilling to block the sharp light. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came from all directions. Those silver-clothed martial artists directly attacked from the air. Although they couldn't reveal themselves, there were still essence force fluctuations. Faye and I formed a hand seal and a ring of flames surrounded her body before it dispersed with a loud boom. Bang! 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 With several explosions and screams, 7 or 8 men in silver appeared in the air, their bodies covered in fire and shouting. Huaqing was shocked. He hurriedly rushed over with his sword and slashed horizontally. Faye and I's gaze was cold as she said, Before I left the Long family, my strength was on par with yours. However, I lacked actual combat experience and might not be able to defeat you in the end. But now, I'm so weak. Hoo-hoo! The great sword swept across and directly slashed through her body. However, it was as if it had sliced through the air and could not hurt her at all. What? Huaqing's pupils contracted, and his eyes almost fell out. Fanny laughed softly. He was already upside down in the air. His right hand was on the broadsword as he flipped forward. But it's already the heavenly abyss now. She pressed her body against Huaqing's face and gently slapped her hands out. Bang! Huaqing was shocked. He could not dodge the palm and it hit his chest. He heard countless bones in his body crack and fly out. Not far away, Xianxia had a smile on his face the whole time. He reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a warrior in silver and punching him away. Pa! The second place was pulled out by him again and sent flying with a punch. Third place, fourth place, Yu. A total of 7 people were sent flying with a single punch. He clapped his hands and smiled at Fanny. Fanny forced a smile, but she could not bring herself to be happy. She said, Huaqing is the commander of the Long family's guards. Even he listed me as a wanted criminal and accused me of killing the sect master. It seems that this trip is much more dangerous than I thought. Yunxiao smiled faintly. The worst-case scenario is to make the entire Long family our enemy. It's not like we haven't offended the 7 major forces. From Red Moon City to the Soul Devourer sect, who are we afraid of? Fanny's heart warmed and the smile on her face brightened. She smiled and said, I knew that my husband was a hero and would definitely become the #1 expert in this world. You're thinking too much, Yunxiao said, his face dark. Let's go to the elder's house first. He didn't want to be entangled in this matter anymore, or it would be too awkward. Hee hee. Fei and I's laughter could be heard from behind them. She seemed to have regained her cheerful mood, and the two of them immediately flew towards the palace. No, I won't agree to this. The sound of an intense argument came from within the palace. A white-robed old man shouted sternly, the sect master's position has always been chosen from the young masters. Since when did an elder have the qualifications to succeed him? How can the Long family's rules that have been in place for tens of thousands of years be abolished? At the bottom of the hall there was a row of young experts. They were the 7 young masters of the Long family. All of them had gloomy expressions. Qi Jiui was also sitting among them, but he was sneering. Shi Kangqing, why are you so excited? Yi Hongming slammed the table and stood up. He explained to the other elders, I'm only acting as the sect master for the sake of the Long family. After the situation stabilizes, I'll choose a young master to take over. If Long Qianmiao didn't die so suddenly, I could just be my own elder. Why would I bear this responsibility and this burden? Shi Kangqing laughed coldly. If you don't want to bear the responsibility, you don't have to. Furthermore, the Elders Institute has no intention of letting you bear the responsibility. You're the one who's getting emotional, aren't you? What did you say? Yi Hongming's face darkened and he said coldly, Long Qianmiao was killed by Fanny, and you've always been biased towards that little girl. Now that the Long family is in danger, you've come out to pick a fight. Who knows? You might be the one behind this. What a venomous slander. Shi Kangqing was also furious. He pointed at him and shouted. The sect leader had already passed the position to Fanny before he died. The most important thing now is to find Fanny and help her to overcome the Long family's difficulties. It's such a simple matter, yet you're stirring up trouble here. What are your intentions? Yi Hongming laughed and said, ha, pass the throne to Fanny? Looks like you're really the mastermind behind this. Long Qianmiao was harmed by Fanny, and you still want to pass the throne to her? Fanny is now the Long family's mortal enemy. The Elder Council has already passed the decision to strip her of her status as the young master and arrest her. What? Shi Kangqing was furious. He turned to look at the other elders, and they all hurriedly lowered their heads or turned away, not daring to meet his eyes. You guys, good. It turns out that Yi Hongming had bribed them all. He was so furious that his chest heaved up and down, and his hair and beard trembled. Elder Lu Yuan, even you are on their side? Among all the elders, I respect you the most. A purple-robed old man sighed heavily with an ashamed expression. Kang Cheng, the sect leader has unfortunately passed away. What the Long family needs the most now is to be united. We can't afford any more trouble. Shi Kangqing sneered. United? Yi Hongming had colluded with the ruler of the sacred zone to seize power shamelessly, angering both man and god. How many people in the Long family do you think will be united by his side? He's just relying on the backing of the sanctuary. A fox exploiting a tiger's might. Wei Qing, who had been sitting at the head and not saying a word, suddenly changed his expression. His eyes shot out cold light, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Yi Hongming sneered. Shi Kangqing, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This time, I forgive you for being old and muddle-headed. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for using my authority as acting sect master to cripple you. Acting sect master? Haha. You really think you're a big shot? Shi Kangqing's gaze turned cold and a look of mockery flashed across his eyes. At worst, I won't be an elder, and I can go anywhere in the world. Cripple me? Are you qualified? Yi Hongming grinned hideously. I'm a magnanimous man. Although I didn't do anything for the Long family all these years and wasted a lot of resources, I thought that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate and that you didn't have a bad heart. Therefore, I wanted to give you a chance. However, I didn't expect you to harbor such evil intentions and not know what's good for you. Go to hell. He rose into the air and opened his arms, grabbing towards Xianxia. A giant red claw appeared in the sky above the hall and fell down. Everyone in the hall had a cold look on their faces as they felt the violent aura. The entire space was in a daze. The 7 young masters' expressions changed drastically. They immediately flew back from their seats and landed on the 2 sides of the hall, circulating their yuan power to resist. How dare you make a move in the Dragon Hall? Yi Hongming, you are too presumptuous. Xianxia was furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. If the 2 of them exchanged a single blow, the entire Dragon Hall would be destroyed. He could only turn around and escape. The killing intent in Wei Qing's eyes became even more intense. As an outsider, I shouldn't interfere in the Long family's affairs. However, the world is in turmoil now. I've also invited Elder Yi Hongming to come and take charge to prevent the worsening situation from spreading. Now, I have no choice but to take action. Everyone's expression changed slightly. It was undoubtedly a great humiliation to let outsiders interfere in the Long family's affairs. However, the situation was stronger than the person, and no one dared to stand out. They could only show anger in their eyes, but did not dare to say anything. Wei Qing clapped his hand and a golden light flew out from his sleeve. It instantly spread out in the air, forming a beautiful scene. Xianxia's light stopped and he revealed his true body. He looked up at the sky in shock. The painting was lifelike and filled with spiritual energy, completely suppressing his power. Bang! Yi Hongming's sharp claws landed on Shi Yan's body, shattering the protective Emperor Qi and penetrating his body. Eft! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Xianxia was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Heh! Those who are stubborn and don't know what's good for them, die. Yi Hongming grinned hideously. He did not wait for his body to land on the ground. He took a step forward and clawed with his 5 fingers. 5 sharp lights shot out from his fingertips, emitting an ear-piercing sound. He was going to take the opponent's life. Yi Hongming, stop! Lu Yuan was shocked and shouted angrily. A few other elders also stood up, all of them unable to suppress their anger. Wei Qing's eyes turned cold. He said, "Elders, please calm down. Lord Yi Hongming is only cleaning up the house. The black sheep will always be a disaster if they are left alive." The few elders did not dare to voice out their anger. The elders' meeting that had been held in secret the day before had already suppressed all of them. The surrounding guardians and young masters were all extremely shocked. Although they were not clear about the exact situation, they knew that Yi Hongming was definitely going to be the clan master. Swish! Just as Xianxia was about to be killed, a sharp sword chi suddenly appeared. Bang! The 5 rays of light were destroyed in an instant. What? Who is it? Yi Hongming was furious that someone dared to meddle in his business. Tisk! A disdainful sneer rang out, and what responded to him was a cold light. Under the flash, the sword chi instantly attacked, and the chill penetrated into the bone marrow. What? Yi Hongming was shocked. The sword radiance was so sharp that he did not dare to resist it. He quickly retreated. The space around his body kept twisting as he tried to avoid it with teleportation. However, the sword radiance was as bright as water. It was crystal clear and extremely domineering. It directly shattered the space and locked onto Yi Hongming. He had no way to escape. It's a sword art, be careful. Wei Qing suddenly shouted in a deep voice, and suddenly slapped out with his palm. The space was compressed in an instant. The palm wind was not aimed at the sword radiance but Yi Hongming. His body was twisted by the force of the palm, and his bones made a cracking sound. Then he was shot out with a bang. Swish! The sword that was as bright as water slashed past his chest. It was like a flowing river, giving off a clear and cool feeling. A layer of ice formed on the entire sword path. Bang! A large hole was pierced through the wall of the hall, allowing light to shine in. Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? Yi Hongming's face turned pale. He was trying to establish his prestige, but he was embarrassed. This made him furious. The sword attack just now was really a bit unprepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Wei Qing's face turned cold and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He stared at the two figures slowly approaching the hall and said in a cold voice, Gu Feiyang's sword art? Li Yunxiao. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. There were also some elders and protectors who had always been focused on cultivation and never asked about the world, and their faces revealed a confused look. Tisk, TSK. Is Lord Wei Qing leading the Long family elders for a meeting? Yunxiao walked in with a smile on his face. This sentence made all the Long family members extremely embarrassed and ashamed, and they glared at each other. Following that, Feini also stepped in and supported the injured Shi Kongqing. She asked with concern, Elder Kongchang, are you all right? Feini! Several exclamations rang out, but the emotions they contained were completely different. Shi Kongqing was also shocked. Then he said anxiously, Run! These people have been bribed by Wei Qing and Yi Hongming. They will not tolerate you. Fei Anai's brows furrowed. Although she had expected the situation to be very bad, she did not expect it to be to this extent. No one dared to resist when an elder was publicly killed. Yi Hongming's eyes glowed as he grinned. So it's you, the traitor. It's really good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Wei Qing's face was cold as he stared at Yunxiao and said, Should I call you Gu Feiyang or Li Yunxiao? As soon as he said that, more people were shocked. It's up to you, Yunxiao said with a smile. As long as my lord is happy. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it if Darren kills me when he's unhappy. Li Yunxiao, I'm not going to waste my breath on you, Wei Qing said. You're a martial emperor of the holy region. I hope you can come back with me. Return to the saint level? Yunxiao frowned and said, Is this the will of Lord Wei Qing or the will of the sanctum? Of course it's the sanctuary's idea, and it's also my own idea, Wei Qing replied. Oh! A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth as he said, Once I enter the saint level, will I be able to come out? Of course, it's your freedom to come and go. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow. Freedom? What if I don't go? Yunxiao said. If you don't go, Wei Qing said coldly, you'll be disobeying the sanctum's order. Those who disobey will not have freedom. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's back. These words were too overbearing. To put it bluntly, they had to go no matter what. You're a titled martial sovereign, so the saint realm won't make things difficult for you, Wei Qing continued. Yunxiao smiled and said, It's a pity. Gu Feiyang, the titled martial emperor, is dead. I'm just Yunxiao, the young master of the Li family of Tianshui. I don't deserve that title. Wei Qing's pupils shrunk and a bright light flickered. The Li Yunxiao of today will definitely be no less accomplished than Gu Feiyang in the future. You don't have to be so humble. As for the matter of the title, the Sacred Zone had already made arrangements. Perhaps the Wind and Cloud List martial competition would be held again soon. With Yunxiao's ability, it won't be difficult for him to be on the billboard again. What? The Wind and Cloud List martial arts competition is going to be reactivated. Everyone in the Long family's main hall was extremely shocked. Many people's blood began to boil, as if that name was filled with magic. Yunxiao was taken aback as well, and he asked in a strange tone, You're getting addicted to it? Back then, this young master only wanted something new, but now it's already a leftover. Who would want to eat it? Wei Qing said, The new generation will replace the old. Every generation needs some bright stars. Even if it's all new, it's still good. All newcomers? Yunxiao sneered. I'm afraid this isn't in line with the original intentions of the saints. Wei Qing said, The times need to keep moving forward. The Sacred Zone is the leader of the world, so it naturally has this responsibility. Young Master Yun has the will of the heavens on him, and the opportunities he has are enviable. He should cooperate well with the Sacred Zone to live up to this era. Lord Wei Qing, Do you mean that not cooperating with the Holy Region is letting down the times? Would they be killed if they failed to live up to the times? I'm so scared. Xiao picked his nose a few times. Everyone's face darkened. This kid was the reincarnation of martial sovereign vanquisher, but he did not care about his image at all. Who knows? Wei Qing's expression turned cold. Yi Hongming couldn't help but shout, Lord Wei Qing. This brat is stubborn and has colluded with the traitor of the Long family, Feini. In my opinion, it's better to kill him as well. If there's any use in keeping him alive, then cripple him first. Shut up. I'm talking to your master, Xiao shouted. You have no right to speak. Lord Wei Qing, your dog really doesn't know the rules. You run, you run. Yi Hongming was so angry that his entire body turned red. His elemental force exploded violently and was completely out of control. Li Yunxiao, Wei Qing said with a frown. Are you really unwilling to return to the sacred zone with me? I'll go back to the sacred zone, Yunxiao said coldly. But it's not up to you. I'll naturally go back when I'm happy. Then when will you be happy? Wei Qing asked. It's hard to say, Yunxiao said while digging his nose. But your dog is always staring at me, so it's hard for me to be happy. Wah! Die! Yi Hongming could no longer restrain himself. He roared and his body swelled up. Then he slammed his palm down and a violent astral wind blasted down. Boom! The ground was instantly split open, and a wild force seemed to surge in all directions. All the main beams exploded at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The hall collapsed instantly, and dust and smoke billowed. Yi Hongming, you dare to destroy the Dragon Hall? The crowd's angry rebukes came from the chaos. The Dragon Hall was the main hall of the Long family. It was located at the highest point of the Sky Mountain and was a symbol of supreme power. Yi Hongming had gone completely mad, so he could not care about anything else. He locked his eyes on Yunxiao's aura and struck him with his palm one after another. The entire cloud summit was covered in dust, and the great hall was instantly reduced to ruins. Yi Hongming, you sinner of the Long family! Kangqing was furious. Elders, if we don't stop him now, the Long family will be completely under Wei Qing's control and will be beyond redemption. Your words are very unpleasant to hear. Wei Qing's eyes turned over. Kangqing only felt a chill and a sense of danger. Suddenly, a ray of red light descended and wrapped around him. The man shouted, Be careful, he warned. A few more flames appeared in the air and exploded one by one. Fei and I had already teleported Kangqing out. Kangqing was both surprised and happy. Feini, you're really strong. Feini stared at Wei Qing warily and said, I'm no longer the same as I was in the past. Sir Kangqing, be careful. No wonder the sect leader passed the position to you before he died. Kangqing said joyfully. Everyone, why aren't you all waking up? He shouted. Feini is the sect master's appointed successor, while Yi Hongming is only colluding with outsiders to seize the sect master's position. If he succeeds, the Long family will be in an extremely dangerous situation. One of the elders frowned and said, Under those circumstances, the sect master could only pass the position to Feini, right? Don't forget how the sect master died. All the powerhouses in the world saw it. The one who killed the sect master was Feini. Wrong. I'm not the one who killed Lord Sect Master. It's Wei Qing. Fei and I replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. The sect master met his appointment and died outside the Red Moon City. A white light flashed in her hand, and a silver token was raised high in the air. On it was a lifelike drawing of a real dragon and a heavenly phoenix. She shouted, The Long family's orders are here. Who dares to disobey? Everyone was shocked. No one had ever dared to disobey the orders of the Long family's sect master. However, at this juncture, they all lowered their heads in silence, not knowing what to do. As expected, it was the sect master's order. It was also when I returned to the Long family. Elders, could it be that you're willing to let this token fall into the hands of a traitor? Wei Qing asked indifferently. If no one from the Long family is going to retrieve it, then I'll do it for you. However, I may not return it to the Long family after I take it back." The Long family members were all shocked and snorted in anger. The elder who had spoken earlier pondered for a moment before standing up and extending his hand. "Fanny, pass the token to the Elder Council. We'll immediately revoke your arrest order, and you'll have nothing to do with the Long family anymore. You'll never be able to go to the Heavenly Ridge again." Faye and I smiled and said, "I don't want to fight for the sect master's position. If there's a sage in it, I'll leave without hesitation. But now I can't be at ease." The elder frowned. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? Wasn't he still eyeing the sect leader position? Although Yi Hongming has some flaws, his strength is enough to convince the masses. Coupled with the external support of the Sacred Zone, it will be very easy for the Long family to overcome their current difficulties. Fanny laughed coldly and said, "No wonder you passed? The two of them were in cahoots and wanted to drag the Long family into eternal damnation. Do you think Wei Qing is like Martial Emperor Lei Feng, who doesn't care about himself but only benefits others? He only took a fancy to Ying Luo." "Enough! Elder Hayu, it's up to you to take this girl down and take back the token of supreme power that originally belonged to your Long family," Wei Qing said in a deep voice. "Yes," the elder acknowledged and walked towards Faye and I in the air. He kept his hands stretched out and said, "Don't make things difficult for me. Although you've made great progress, it's impossible for you to go against me and the entire elder compound. Hayu, don't be so stubborn and unable to distinguish between good and evil," Shi Kongqing shouted angrily. "You can't tell good from evil? Humph humph. In this world, those with bigger fists are righteous, and the weak are evil. Besides, the two of you are the stubborn ones." He sneered. "Shi Kongqing, you're injured now. Even if you join forces with Fanny, you're no match for me. I really don't want to completely fall out with you." "Humph, even if I'm injured, how can you be my match? You've overestimated yourself." Shi Kongqing stood in front of Fanny and blocked her way. He secretly transmitted a message to her. "Hurry up and leave. I'll block them for you for a while. With your talent and the sect leader's token, you'll be able to return to the Long family one day." Fanny smiled and said, "I've already prepared for the worst before I came. If I had to leave, I wouldn't have returned today." She looked at the crowd and said, "The Long family is the place where I was born and raised. Outside of Red Moon City, all the heroes in the world saw with their own eyes that I, Fanny, announced that I was leaving the Long family in front of the sect master. However, the sect master passed the token to me after he died, so I had no choice but to return to this place." She raised the token high and said, "I will return this token to the Long family now. The only condition is that Yi Hongming must not become the head of the Long family." Everyone's expressions changed. They looked at the token with the real dragon and heavenly phoenix engraved on it, feeling a little embarrassed. Yi Hongming was still chasing after Yunxiao not far away, like a beast that had gone completely berserk. Every move he made was earth-shattering, and the entire cloud summit seemed to collapse. A token? His mind suddenly cleared up for a moment. He turned his head and immediately saw the sect master's order that made him yearn for his dreams and feel uneasy. "My token! Give it to me!" He roared and charged over. Even though it was huge, it appeared in front of Fanny in an instant and tried to grab the token. Suddenly, a beam of green light flashed as Yunxiao teleported in front of the token and grabbed it before he could. He chuckled and said, "The person who has received this order is the head of the Long family, and I am the head of the Long family now. Bastard, kneel down." Yunxiao pointed at Yi Hongming with the token and scolded him. "Wah! Damn it! Give me the token!" Yi Hongming roared and threw a punch. "Since you like it so much," Yunxiao sneered, "a gentleman doesn't take what others like. You can go." He wasn't stingy at all and directly threw the token over. Fanny was shocked. "Husband, what are you doing?" Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Yunxiao to be so generous. "Li Yunxiao." Shi Kongqing was also furious. "What are you doing?" He also suddenly rushed up to grab the token. "Ha ha! The token is mine. I'm the real head of the Long family. Yi Hongming was overjoyed. He grabbed the token with one hand. At the same time, he saw Shi Kongqing rushing over from the corner of his eyes. He shouted angrily, "Scumbag! Get lost!" His body became even more demonic. He raised his leg and stomped down, and a huge force suddenly appeared and pressed down. Shi Kongqing's expression changed. He felt as if an iron plate was pressing down on him, causing his qi and blood to churn. This also triggered his internal injuries, and he finally could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! Yi Hongming laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in shock, "Don't touch that token!" Yi Hongming was stunned. He immediately became alert. However, his finger had already touched the token. It did not feel like metal. Instead, there was a huge force pressing down on it, causing his finger to feel pain. What? This is a mountain peak. The moment he touched the token, the illusionary technique was released. The token turned into a mountain peak, emitting a 5-colored light. When the light shone on his body, it was indescribably oppressive and uncomfortable, as if his entire body was about to break apart. What kind of profound level weapon is this? Yi Hongming was shocked. His body turned into a red monster. He roared and turned his claws into palms. Instead of retreating, he attacked the mountain. Wei Qing was shocked and muttered to himself, "It's indeed that profound level weapon. This fool is looking for death." Bang! Yi Hongming's palm hit the mountain peak. His entire arm cracked and was crushed into pieces. His body was constantly bleeding. He was directly sent flying. A long line of blood was thrown into the air. It was a shocking sight. Ah! This Tao Wu! Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and took the Tusada heavenly peak back into his hand. With a sneer on his face, he said sarcastically, "Didn't you want it? Why did he run away? Humph! If you dare say you want it again, this young master will smash you until you don't want it anymore." Yunxiao's act of breaking Yi Hongming's demon body with one move shocked everyone. Fanny laughed and said, "Husband, you're so bad. Elder Yi Hongming's intelligence is not high, yet you still bully him like this. This is called attacking one's weakness." Yunxiao said, "We must win." Eft. Yi Hongming, who was lying on the ground in the distance, spat out another mouthful of blood after hearing this. Although Yunxiao's illusion was powerful, if he had not been too greedy and excited, he would not have been smashed by the Tusada Peak, which had destroyed more than half of his demon body. At the moment, he was struggling on the ground, his flesh and blood rolling, looking disgusting. Shi Kongqing suddenly shouted, "Quickly kill him! Don't let him completely transform." Yunxiao frowned and looked over. He saw that Yi Hongming's body was indeed changing as his flesh and blood were rolling, and an even more terrifying aura kept oozing out. A streak of fiery light flashed past, and Fanny appeared above him in an instant. Fanny formed a seal with both hands and slammed it down. Hoo-hoo! A pillar of fire formed and fell from the sky. Boom! A barrier suddenly appeared above Yi Hongming and blocked the fire column. The fire spread in all directions and dyed the clouds around the mountain peak red. Xianxia, you coward! You're helping the evildoer. The Long family will be destroyed in the hands of you villains. Shi Kongqing was furious. Beside Yi Hongming stood a gray-robed old man. He raised one of his hands to the sky and a faint green light spread out from his palm. He blocked Fei Ni's divine flame and his eyes were filled with shock. The flames continued to burn his barrier power, and the true essence in his body gushed out like water. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right and wrong, everyone has a different judgment. I don't object to Fanny inheriting the position of the Long family's head, but she just called this brat her husband. If she's already married, how can she lead the Long family? Or rather, the true master of the entire Long family has become this kid. Xianxia said slowly. Although he was shocked inside, his face still looked as if nothing had happened. Preposterous! Kangqing was furious. Just because of this? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. A grown woman can't be kept at home, Xianxia said. Kangqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He cursed, "You despicable villain, you were clearly bribed by Wei Qing and Yi Hongming. Yet you still speak so much reason, bah. My master Kangcheng was blind, he used to call you brother." Xianxia's brows furrowed deeply, and he opened his mouth slightly to argue. But the true qi in his body was being consumed too quickly, and the divine fire that poured down actually had the tendency to break through his barrier. His face turned ashen, and he couldn't speak. Kangqing saw that his expression was ugly, and he opened his mouth to say something but stopped. He thought that he had silently admitted it, so he became even angrier and scolded him even more. "Since I've been invited to oversee the Long family's matters, how can I let you act so atrociously?" Wei Qing's expression turned cold, and he finally made his move. He casually slapped his palm across the air. "Be careful!" Yunxiao cried out in alarm. Bang! The spot where Fei and I was standing exploded, causing countless sparks to fly. Her real body had already come down the moment her opponent attacked. The pillar of fire lost its source of power and was destroyed. Xianxia suddenly felt his whole body relax, and a surge of qi and blood rushed to his throat, causing him to groan. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. From the result of the move just now, if he were to fight with Feini alone, he would most likely not be her match. This conclusion was difficult for him to accept. "Housie, are you all right?" Lu Yuan, who was standing at the side, saw that there was something wrong with his expression and asked suspiciously, "I'm fine. What can a mere pillar of fire do to me? It's just that seeing Feini and Kangqing being so stubborn. I'm a little heartbroken." Xianxia immediately pretended to be fine, his face calm. "Phew! Who? Yi Hongming, who was lying on the ground, began to pant heavily. The rolling flesh on his body began to heal, and his entire body was covered in fur. His body size was more than twice as large as before. Xianxia couldn't help but take a step back, his face full of shock. "Jian, is this the real body of Jian?" The rest of the people were also shocked. They had never seen Yi Hongming in such a state. Moreover, all of them possessed the true spirit bloodline. They knew how powerful the bloodline power was if they wanted to return to their ancestors. "Roar!" Yi Hongming finally stood up. He faced the sky and roared. The entire peak of the mountain trembled, and all the white clouds were blown away. A monster that looked like an ape or a monkey with a red body and a white head and huge feet stood there. There was a strange golden word, yen, on its chest. With a roar, a violent aura swirled in the surroundings, and all the elders could not help but retreat. Is this the real body of Zhuyan? How could he return to his ancestors to such an extent? This power! Hu Yuan's face was filled with shock as he cried out, "Ha! So strong! Such a strong power! I've never felt such power before. This feeling, have I already transformed into a true spirit?" Yi Hongming couldn't help but laugh wildly. His eyes were red. His laughter made the Long family's people pale, and they couldn't help but step back. Pressure. The pressure of a true spirit. An elder screamed, his eyes filled with fear. The Long family members all had the true spirit bloodline. Under the pressure of this bloodline, they couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of their hearts and feel a fear of submission. What a joke! How dare you call yourself a true spirit at this level? Fei and I's face turned cold, and the aura on his body soared into the sky. He turned into a fire phoenix and soared in the sky. The flames that filled the sky burned half of the sky, and a white light slowly rose from the divine fire. It gradually turned into the shadow of a green dragon and circled behind the fire phoenix. Dragon flying and phoenix dancing. The elders cried out in alarm at the same time. The apparitions of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix appeared in the sky, and all of the true spirit descendants immediately found it difficult to hold on, and a large number of them knelt down with a thump. Other than a few elders who were trying their best to resist the fear in their hearts, all the young masters and protectors could not take it anymore and knelt down. Even Yi Hongming couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. His huge feet took a few steps back with bang 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 sounds before he could stabilize his body. This move is so useful? If I had known this earlier, Xianxia said in surprise, I would have summoned a strange phenomenon to suppress everyone as soon as I came. Then I wouldn't have to waste so much time. Although Xianxia was sweating profusely as he resisted the pressure, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha! The true dragon and heavenly phoenix, the head of all creatures. Even if you don't acknowledge her as the head of the Long family, so what? She's the leader of all spirits. Wei Qing's expression also became extremely ugly. All the Long family elders and guardians' eyes fell into his eyes, and they were all shocked and pale. His heart was probably already wavering. Shut up! Yi Hongming roared and struck his palm towards Xianxia. The force of the palm created a whirlwind, sending sand and stones flying. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand while a gust of strong wind also rose from the palm of his other hand and blew at the man. Boom! The two gusts of wind collided with a loud boom. They merged into one and shot into the sky, turning into a boundless astral wind that dispersed. Hoo-la! The flames that filled the sky also dissipated under the power of the squall, and the sky became clear. Fanny also retracted her phoenix form and transformed into her true form, standing in the sky. Only then did everyone from the Long family feel that the pressure was gone. They all stood up and looked at Fanny in the sky with fear and mixed feelings. Their hearts were beating violently, and they did not know what to do. Wei Qing took in everyone's expressions and said without changing his expression, Is this the most powerful Dharmakaya of the true spirit race? No wonder you wanted to kill Long Chenmiao and take his dragon essence. Tisk, Wei Qing, you can really fucking talk nonsense. Xianxia raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, Long Chenmiao stole Fanny Fengguang, and all the heroes in the world saw it. Then, he was beaten back to his original form by the Devil Lord, and before he died, he felt extremely guilty and passed the sect master's position to Fanny. Not only did the strange ghost of the Long family witness the whole process, but all the heroes in the world also saw it. Are you insulting everyone's intelligence? Qigui, Lu Yuan shouted. Is what Li Yunxiao said true? Everyone looked at Qi Jiui. In fact, everyone understood the general process. After all, it was not a secret. However, the words he said now had an extraordinary meaning. Moreover, the commotion on the cloud peak was too great, and it had long alarmed the entire Long family. Hundreds of people had already gathered a few 100 feet away, watching from a distance and not daring to get close. When Fanny's body appeared just now, they were deeply affected even though they were thousands of feet away. Many of them knelt down in public and now they looked at the figure in the distance like a god. Qi Jiui's expression changed slightly. After his complicated eyes flickered a few times, he walked forward and bowed to Fanny in front of everyone. Yunxiao's words are true. I pay my respects to your excellency. Whoosh! There was a commotion in the crowd. The elders, protectors, and most importantly, the Long family members in the distance were all shocked and in disbelief. You traitor, die! Yi Hongming roared and slapped the strange ghost. Squeak! The air gave off an ear-piercing sound of friction under the tyrannical palm force. Before the palm wind arrived, Qi Jiui's body began to twist and change shape. Suddenly, the space twisted in the opposite direction, and Yunxiao's figure emerged from the distortion. He stood in front of the strange ghost and thrust his sword at it. The cold light shone on the water, and it was sharp and lethal. Bang! The sword Qi stabbed at the palm wind, but it couldn't break it. It trembled slightly. As Yi Hongming's palm pressed down, his sword force bent slightly, as if it was going to be shattered on the spot. How can he be so strong? Yunxiao was taken aback. An existence who could resist his sword with a palm strike must have an extraordinary power. Humph! He snorted. He grunted and pointed at the sword, making a trembling sound. The sound of the sword trembled, and the sword light became even sharper. A monstrous cold air rushed up, and the light under the palm became hotter and hotter, as if it was going to break out of the palm. Yi Hongming was shocked. He felt a sharp pain in his palm. His opponent's sword intention was so strong that it almost tore his body apart. He quickly retracted his palm. Suddenly, a ray of sword light lost its resistance and shot up, cutting the entire sky. It turned into a strange scene above the clouds. Li Yunxiao, Wei Qing said coldly, "Are you going to meddle in the Long family's affairs? If that's the case, I won't just stand by and watch." His face was filled with Vulture's expression. Today's matter was already gradually heading towards the worst possible outcome. Moreover, he was extremely afraid of one person, the true dragon's celestial body and the expert with two swords of the world. It was very likely that he was in Yunxiao's divine realm tablet. If he were not afraid of that person, he would have taken action to clean up the situation. "Oh?" Lord Wei Qing is speaking as if he is watching by the side. "Then what should we do in your opinion, my lord?" Yunxiao sneered. Wei Qing said, "I don't want to talk about what happened before. It's better to let the Long family solve it themselves. In fact, the simplest way to decide whether Yi Hongming or Feini is more suitable is to let the two of them engage in a martial arts competition. The winner will be king." "No. What the Long family needs is a legitimate young man with an extremely talented bloodline," Yunxiao said decisively. "Not a simple-minded fool who has only a few days left in his 100 years of life." He had just exchanged a blow with Yi Hongming and he knew how terrifying the other was. Feini was definitely not his match. Wei Qing sneered. "In this world, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Don't tell me that choosing a sect leader doesn't depend on one's fist but on one's intelligence? Are two people sitting together to take a test on the sudden turn of the brain?" "Good idea." Yunxiao laughed. "I agree. Li Yunxiao, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you." Wei Qing snorted coldly. "If you want to interfere in the Long family's affairs, I'll have no choice but to do it." "Let me do it, husband," Feini said. "Although Yi Hongming is powerful, I still have a chance of winning. Don't forget that my heavenly phoenix nirvana body is undying." Yunxiao hesitated. In terms of strength, Feini was no match for Yi Hongming, unless something happened to him, which was not impossible. He had observed carefully just now. This was probably the first time Yi Hongming had appeared in a true spirit-like state. He had most likely been modified by Wei Qing's secret technique to purify his blood. There must be side effects. "No, this battle is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you." Yunxiao rejected the idea. Yi Hongming looked to be in an excellent condition at the moment, so the side effect would not happen for a while. Feini felt a warmth in her heart and softly called out, "Darling husband." This gentle gesture shattered the hearts of many young men from the Long family, and they all burst into tears. "If you want a martial arts duel," Yunxiao said, "I'll fight in her place." "You?" Wei Qing frowned and said coldly, "What qualifications do you have? Even her husband isn't a member of the Long family without the approval of the Elder Council." "She risked her life to save me outside Red Moon City," Yunxiao said. "I should fight for her. As for whether the Council of Elders will pass or not, it's not important. What's important is that you, Lord Wei Qing, have passed." The faces of several elders of the Long family turned blue and white. The position of the Long family's master and the future of the situation were not decided by the Long family, but by two outsiders. Everyone's face burned, and the young men were hot-blooded, wishing they could rush out and beat Yunxiao and Wei Qing to death. Wei Qing pondered and was a little hesitant. Yi Hongming shouted, "Lord Wei Qing, let this kid fight me. I want to tear him apart completely. Let Feini watch her beloved die in my hands. Let her kneel down and beg for mercy." Wei Qing nodded and said, "All right. However, the premise is that you must fight alone. If you have helpers, then this king will have to take action." "Of course," Yunxiao said. "I'm not a man of my word." "Husband, you have to be careful," Feini said anxiously. Yunxiao had already appeared in front of Yi Hongming in a flash and said with a sneer, "Since you still want it, this young master will beat you until you don't want it anymore. Roar! Die!" Yi Hongming was furious. He opened his mouth and shot out a sound wave. The sound was ear-piercing. Boom! Yunxiao's body shattered and turned into ashes. "What?" Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. It ended just like that? Kongqing's eyes also widened and he was stunned on the spot. He thought that since this kid volunteered, he had a chance of winning. Even if he was not good, he could at least fight for 300 rounds. Who knew that he would be instantly killed? Everyone felt that it was impossible, but this was what they were seeing. With their power, they could not see any problems. Don't be careless, Wei Qing suddenly shouted. He's the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. His ice sorcery and sword skill are unparalleled in the world. Yi Hongming sneered. Of course I know. You want to deceive me with such an illusion? Dream on. He suddenly reached out his hand and shattered a piece of space with a rumble. The furry palm shuttled through the void, grabbed Yunxiao, and pulled him out. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Yi Hongming was overjoyed. He grabbed Yunxiao with his hand, swung him a few times in the air, and then squeezed hard, trying to crush him into pieces. Idiot! It's this lord! Quickly let go! Wei Qing's angry shout came from the palm. Yi Hongming's entire body trembled. He then realized that the person he had captured was Wei Qing. His expression changed and he laughed angrily. You want to deceive me with such a small trick? You dare to impersonate Lord Wei Qing? You're really tired of living. Li Yunxiao is right behind you. Wei Qingzhen said angrily. Look for yourself. What? Yi Hongming was taken aback. He felt as if there was a dagger behind him. He turned his head and saw Yunxiao sneering at him. A cold light flashed, and a sword beam soared into the sky and slashed toward him. How could it be like this? Yi Hongming was shocked. The sword chi was so strong that he did not dare to neglect it. He immediately let go of Wei Qing and threw a punch. Boom! Wherever the fist wind passed, everything was turned into ashes, and the sword beam and Yunxiao were annihilated in an instant. This Taowu! Yi Hongming was shocked. It's not wrong to call you an idiot. Yunxiao's sneer came from behind him. Wei Qing, who had just let go, suddenly turned back into Yunxiao and said sarcastically, if transforming into a true spirit would damage one's brain, then what's the point of transforming? A beam of sword chi shot up, emitting a strong sword aura. Countless sword talismans danced in the air, and the clouds surged. The entire world seemed to have lost its color, as if everything had turned into the shadow of this sword. There was only one lone figure left in the world. Star Sword Slash. Countless sword talismans gushed out, and ancient Maha characters popped up on the ice sword, which then disappeared one by one. The sword chi streaked across the sky and went straight for Yi Hongming's head. The huge ape couldn't help but tremble. The sword brought with it an aura of death. The heroic spirit and invincible feeling it had when it obtained supreme power had completely disappeared. He suddenly opened his arms, and his chest expanded forward. The word hate suddenly emitted a resplendent golden light, and his two large hands also became golden. He suddenly roared and put his palms together in front of his body, slapping towards the sword light. This sword intent, this sword intent, this sword intent, this sword intent, this sword intent. Everyone's heart trembled as they felt the earth-shaking power. When they saw Yi Hongming's hands slapping towards them, they could not help but sweat. Wei Qing's face was also extremely gloomy. Although Yi Hongming was stronger than Yunxiao, Yunxiao was obviously more scheming. Coupled with the terrifying power of the lunar pupil, the situation was not good. Bang! Yi Hongming's two huge golden hands caught the huge sword essence, which burst out with a dazzling light. The sword force continued to push forward and rubbed between his palms. The sound made one's teeth ache. His body kept retreating under the pressure of the sword force. The strength of his arms was raised to the extreme, and they trembled violently. However, after sliding for several thousand feet, he finally stabilized his body and blocked the earth-shaking sword essence. Yunxiao was also extremely shocked. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack, and it was his strongest one. Moreover, he had caught the enemy off guard, but he did not expect that he could not win. His pupils turned blood-red and strange runes flashed in his eyes. 2 heads and 4 arms appeared on his back. One of the arms was raised slowly and the Tusada heavenly mountain flew up. 5-colored lights swirled in the sky and smashed toward Yi Hongming. What? Yi Hongming's eyes almost popped out. His strength had already reached its limit. It was already a miracle that he could block such a terrifying sword attack. Now he was scared out of his wits as he watched the Tusita Peak fall. He had taken a hit from that thing earlier, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. He would rather be cut by the sword essence than be smashed into meat paste again. Roar! After he made up his mind, he roared loudly and raised his hands that were holding the sword spine high up and broke it with force. Boom! The entire sword force suddenly collapsed. The terrifying sword intention burst out in an instant. It was like a dam that had burst its dam, instantly swallowing Yi Hongming. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying vortex of sword chi formed in the sky and spread out continuously. It was a few thousand feet wide. Under that shocking phenomenon, everyone could feel the sword rules flowing in the sky. The countless sword intents were like a light breeze that brushed past everyone's skin, feeling cold. However, if you move, you will immediately bleed. Ah! Not far away, some of the weaker cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Their skin suddenly burst open, and thousands of wounds appeared on their bodies. It was a terrible sight. Do Shui Heavenly Peak stopped in midair and floated there quietly. Yunxiao grunted and hurriedly retracted his avatar, his eyes returning to normal. His entire body turned pale. He had never used a second move while executing the Star Slasher before. This was because this sword technique required him to pour all of his essence, chi, and spirit into it to make his body's strength and will reach a 100% compatibility. It was the most powerful technique. However, he did not expect that his opponent would be able to block it. This forced him to break through his body's limits and throw the Tusita Peak out. A stream of salty blood rushed up his throat. Yunxiao swallowed it down and stared ahead with a cold gaze. He had used his spiritual energy to the limit just now, which had caused a large area of his meridians to tear. His aura had instantly fallen, and he was breathing heavily in the air. The surface of his body glowed with a faint golden light. Power swirled around 5 of the 8 gates like a nebula, constantly repairing his physical body. At this moment, the sword chi vortex in the sky was gradually weakening, and the countless sword talismans were slowly being destroyed. How is that possible? How is this possible? Shi Kongqing muttered to himself in shock. The other elders and protectors were so shocked that they could not speak. Qi Jiuai's face turned pale, and large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He recalled how unruly he was when he first met this person and wanted to teach him a lesson. A feeling of fear welled up in his heart. Boom! A golden light suddenly gushed out of the vortex, and 2 furry arms the size of cattail leaf fans stretched out and tore the vortex apart. Damn it! Yi Hongming, who was covered in blood, rushed out in a sorry state. Humph! He snorted. Yunxiao snorted coldly as he suppressed the injuries in his body and conjured a seal with his energy. Boom, boom, boom! Do Shui Heavenly Peak shone with 5-colored light and fell down. Yi Hongming was startled. A violent force burst out from his body and his muscles tensed up. With a bang, he exploded the space and bounced 1,000 feet away. Due to the excessive force and the sword wounds all over his body, he finally couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. There was also a sharp sword chi that cut into the acupuncture points all over his body, causing intense pain in his limbs and bones. His injuries seemed to be expanding. Yunxiao frowned slightly. Yi Hongming looked like he was at a disadvantage at the moment, and it was impossible for him to win again. However, Wei Qing did not seem to be too worried except for his vulture-like expression, which made Yunxiao vigilant. I'm going to tear you apart. Li Yunxiao. Yi Hongming had gone completely mad. His eyes were red and his whole body looked as if it had been dyed with blood. It was a shocking sight. Bang! The space exploded, and Yi Hongming appeared in front of Yunxiao in an instant. He threw a fierce punch, the golden color of his fist expanding and spreading to his arm. Burn your blood! Yunxiao was taken aback. He quickly turned his body and dodged the attack in an extremely strange posture. The golden fist slid past his chest, and the violent aura from the arm shook his body away. Bang! Xiao felt a heavy hammer hit his chest, and he was forced to take dozens of steps back before he could stabilize himself in the sky. Fei Anai's expression changed and she shouted, "Stop! Hongming has gone completely mad. By burning his bloodline power, even if he wins, his cultivation level will drop and he will not be able to be the head of the Long family. There is no need to fight this martial arts competition." Her body ignited with flames and she was about to charge into the battle. Suddenly, a ray of green light descended and suppressed her. Wei Qing said coldly, "You think we don't need to fight just because you say so? Even if Xiao dies, he will die in your place. You coward! You're a devil!" Fanny was shocked and struggled with all her might, but she could not break free. The cold light in Wei Qing's eyes grew stronger as he stared unblinkingly at the battle. It would be best if Hongming could kill Xiao directly, but the possibility was too low. After all, his opponent had a holy weapon, and he would definitely summon the true dragon avatar in the end. But in that case, he would lose. In the current situation, Xiao could either be killed or admit defeat. Either way was extremely beneficial to him, so he could not let anyone ruin the battle. After Hongming had burned his blood, his aura grew stronger and stronger. With just a raise of his hand, he had the power to destroy the world, forcing Xiao to flee in all directions. "Lord Wei Qing, there's indeed no need to continue this battle," Lu Yuan could not help but say. "Even if Hongming wins, he will be crippled. We are willing to make young Master Fanny the head of the Long family." Humph! Wei Qing snorted and looked over with a gloomy gaze. "Since it's a martial arts contest, we must respect the spirit of the martial artist's contract. It's not considered over if the person involved doesn't admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll naturally have to abide by our previous agreement." Everyone was shocked and angry. How could a person who had burned all of his bloodline power lead the Long family? Wei Qing naturally didn't care about this. Hongming was just a puppet to begin with. Perhaps this was better. It would be even more impossible for him to escape from Wei Qing's control. Xiao's divine sense was very sharp, so he could hear all of Wei Qing's words. He could not help but laugh and say, "Lord Wei Qing is really worried about the Long family. As for the outcome of the martial arts duel, Xianxia, you're thinking too much. How can I lose?" He threw out the Tushita heavenly peak and struck it with several incantation seals. 5 colored lights spread out and formed a barrier that trapped him inside. Boom! Hongming's palm struck down and immediately shook the barrier. Xiao's face flickered slightly, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the backlash from the Tushita heavenly peak was extremely strong, he could still withstand it. Arg! Go to hell! Boom! 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 Just as he had regained his composure, Hongming punched out hundreds of times as if he had gone mad. The entire barrier was shaking continuously, and the backlash from the Tushita heavenly peak was stimulating the chi and blood in his body. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "You're crazy!" As soon as he kept the Tushita peak, the fist power landed on his body like a meteorite. Bang! His body exploded instantly, turning into countless lightning bolts that shot in all directions. One of them instantly morphed into his real body, and he put 2 fingers together to form a sword technique and pointed down. Clang! Countless cold lights flew out of his body and circled around him. Then they turned into sword lights and slashed down. Roar! Hongming opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. The air waves rolled up and shook off all the northern heaven cold star swords. Xiao was taken aback, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The giant ape's strength had already reached the divine transcendence, and he could not resist it at all. "Since that's the case, I'll drag you to death. Let's see how much blood you have left to burn." His eyes turned blood red in an instant, emitting 7-colored rays of light. The entire sky changed in an instant, and the vast expanse of white around him turned out to be the sea. What? Everyone was shocked. They all found themselves submerged in the sea and sinking. An illusion? How can it be so real? The Long family members' expressions all changed, and they were all shocked. Wei Qing's face also sank, and he knew that this was not good. Gulu, 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 gulu. Yi Hongming also continued to sink. He was stunned for a moment before his body immediately bounced up. He split the sea water with a punch and created a huge wave. "Come out!" he shouted and rushed up into the sky. Walla Yi Hongming finally broke through the surface of the sea and rushed out. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon's roar resounded in the sky. An azure dragon swooped down and spat out a dragon's breath. Yi Hongming's entire body trembled as a trace of fear surged in his heart. Impossible! It's a fake Xianxia, but why do I feel fear? He kept consoling himself in his heart, but a fear from the depths of his soul emerged clearly. The azure dragon's eyes were like lanterns, coldly staring at him. It was as if it could see through his entire heart, causing his hair to stand on end. Walla Yi Hongming was shocked. He didn't dare to look at the green dragon. He plunged into the sea and escaped. This dragon's might is quite useful. The azure dragon suddenly murmured to itself, then transformed into Xianxia. The scene just now was an imitation of the power of the first dragon of the Rainland, and as expected, it had scared Yi Hongming away. Looking at the time, no matter how much blood this fellow has, it won't be enough to burn. Once the time is up, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Xianxia snorted coldly, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Suddenly, the space twisted, and an extremely overbearing fist power rumbled over. The seawater was split open with a splash. How dare you lie to me? Go to hell! Yi Hongming turned into a beam of light and rushed in front of him. The power of his fist twisted the entire illusionary space and the illusions disappeared. Shocked, Xianxia instantly summoned his transcendence golden body and clenched his 6 hands, throwing out 6 golden balls, which turned into a nebula and struck out. Boom! The golden nebula was shattered by the punch, and it hit Xianxia's chest. Eft! All 3 faces coughed up blood. Xianxia's body trembled violently, and his chest caved in as if it had been pierced through. It was a shocking sight. However, he clenched his fists and made a hand seal behind him. Several golden chains flew out and wrapped around the giant ape. At this moment, all the illusions disappeared, and everyone returned to the clouds. Dodge! Wei Qing's pupils shrunk as he shouted, Dodge! Yi Hongming struggled with all his might, breaking the chains of law one by one. It's too late. A ferocious smile flashed across Xianxia's face as he reached out an arm and grabbed the Tusita peak in his hand, then smashed it down. Yi Hongming was scared out of his wits. Although the spiritual qi on the mountain peak was insufficient and there was no 5-colored radiance, he could feel the danger of death. No! He suddenly roared and broke all the chains of laws in an instant, trying to escape. Boom! However, the mountain peak had already come crashing down and completely suppressed the space. The ray of light disappeared in an instant and the Tusita heavenly peak struck his back directly. Bang! The giant ape's back exploded, turning into a bloody mess. Yi Hongming let out an earth-shaking wail. He struggled in the air in pain and kept falling to the mountain peak. Xianxia's face was pale as well. He retracted the Tusita heavenly peak and fell down as well. Yi Hongming's punch had shattered his internal organs. If he did not have the body-tempering art, he would have been crushed into pieces. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them fell to the clouds at the same time, leaving long scratch marks on the ground. The marks were filled with scarlet blood, which was a shocking sight. Husband! Fei and I turned into the heavenly phoenix Dharmakaya and tried to break the restraints set by Wei Qing, but he could not break them. Yi Hongming's monster body is destroyed. He has lost completely, Shi Kongqing shouted. Everyone's faces were pale, shocked by the tragic battle just now. At this moment, Yi Hongming was lying on the ground and struggling. However, there was a big hole on his back. His blood vessels were bursting and his muscles were breaking. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. This was already a sign that his injuries were severe and his body was about to collapse. However, he was using his tyrannical strength to slow down the speed of his body's collapse, but it was useless. It's just a lose-lose situation. Isn't it too early to say who's the winner? Wei Qing said coldly. Must one of them die to determine the winner? Xianxia was shocked and furious. Of course not. In a martial arts duel, if one side admits defeat, the winner will be determined. Don't you know this basic rule, Elder Xianxia? Wei Qing said. Xianxia naturally understood. He was so angry that he could not speak. At this moment, Yi Hongming's eyes were red and chaotic. He was probably unconscious. There was no way he would admit defeat. Yun Xiao was lying on the ground in the distance, covered in blood. His chest was rising and falling violently, but his life force was very strong. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lu Yuan, Zhang Haoxi, and the other elders were slightly relieved. At this moment, everyone was inclined to believe that Feini would succeed the sect. If Yi Hongming were to become the sect master, it would be a great humiliation. A cold light flashed in Wei Qing's eyes, and he suddenly began to quickly make hand seals. Feini was shocked. Stop! What are you doing? Wei Qing's expression didn't change, but the coldness in his eyes became colder. He stared at Yi Hongming's body, and a terrifying cold light flashed across his eyes. Ah! Suddenly, an intense scream was heard. Yi Hongming's body trembled, and the huge wound on his back was healing gradually. What? Everyone's eyes widened. That kind of fatal injury could actually be cured? No. Don't. Yi Hongming seemed to have regained his consciousness. He cried out mournfully and begged, Don't. Let me die, Lord Wei Qing. I beg you. Please don't. Everyone looked on in shock, not knowing what was going on. After Yi Hongming wailed a few times, he could no longer make a sound. His face had become dull and lifeless. Swish! Yi Hongming suddenly made something simple. He took out a storage bag and grabbed a handful of primordial cores. He threw them into his mouth like beans, chewing and swallowing them. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched him eat the primordial cores, not knowing what was going on. Ghost Azura! Feini screamed in fear. You turned Yi Hongming into a ghost Azura. What is a ghost Azura? Xianxia frowned. Feini's face turned pale and she shrieked. Wei Qing! You interfered in the martial arts competition. You cheated. Elders, quickly kill Yi Hongming. He has already become a zombie that has no will and only knows how to kill. What? Everyone was shocked. Yi Hongming was still standing there quietly eating the elemental elixir. However, his face was becoming more and more stiff. The elemental energy fluctuations on his body were very stable. He did not seem to be injured at all. Fei and I said anxiously, The ghost Azura is a product of a failed refinement of true spirit's blood. It has no soul at all and only has a physical body. It's almost undying and extremely powerful. The reason why Wei Qing wants to control the Long family is to use the Long family's people to create a large number of Azuras. A chill spread from the clouds, and everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold. Elder Peng Yu, Lu Yuan suddenly shouted in shock. What's the content of the research institute? A slightly chubby, round-faced old man trembled and paled. He seemed to be rather flustered. Lu Yuan's face immediately turned ashen. He said coldly, Could it really be as Feini said? Peng Yu felt the killing intent around him and couldn't help but retreat. He said in a trembling voice, Yi Hongming supported the establishment of this organization. I'm not sure about the details. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, You're fully in charge of this matter, and now you're telling us you don't know? Pushing the responsibility to a walking dead. Peng Yu's face turned pale and he said firmly, I really didn't know about this. What a joke. If he admitted it now, he would no longer be able to gain a foothold in the Long family. Wei Qing sneered. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Feini, don't try to cover up the whole. We can start this experiment from Lord Long Chenmiao, and the ultimate goal is to extract 10th grade divine blood and break through to the God realm. God realm. Everyone trembled, especially those elders, whose eyes were wide open. Wei Qing said, You all saw Yi Hongming's power just now. It was because of this secret technique that I successfully broke through to divine transcendence. If I had not been killed by Yunxiao, I would be a true divine transcendence expert now. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense, Fanny said anxiously. Yi Hongming's last desperate plea is still vivid in our minds. Everyone saw it. Humph, you have to give something up to gain something. This is the condition I've discussed with Yi Hongming, Wei Qing said coldly. I'll do my best to help him break through to level 10 divine blood. If he fails, I'll turn him into a ghost Azura and make him listen to my orders. He was the one who had chosen his current state, so who could he blame? If you want to blame someone, blame not an I, but Li Yunxiao. That's right. If this is Elder Yi Hongming's own choice, he can't blame anyone else, Peng Yu said. I'm just fulfilling the contract between me and him, Wei Qing said leisurely. The bloodline refining experiment could be controlled. As long as it didn't exceed the limit, there wouldn't be any problems. Everyone here, don't you all desire to improve? This sentence made everyone's heart tremble, and they all fell silent. Fei and I laughed coldly. He improved even further? Everyone, please take a look at Elder Yi Hongming's current appearance. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They all woke up from their sweet dreams, and many of them were even covered in cold sweat. Wei Qing sneered. There's no such thing as reaping without sowing or taking risks to gain great benefits. At least I've pointed out an unprecedented path for all of you. It's up to you whether you want to walk it or not. I'm not forcing you. In order to seek a little bit of fortune, many people have gone through a narrow escape but still can't get it. Only then did Peng Yu's expression improve. He squinted his eyes and smiled. That's right. Lord Wei Qing is right. No one is forcing us. We are all adults and have to be responsible for what we have done. Many people can't get their hands on this opportunity even if they want to. Everyone was silent. If there was a chance to become a god, they would be willing to try even if it meant death. Even the Long family members in the distance were stirred up. It seemed that many people were eager to try. Peng Yu said, this is also the last chance for you to cross the limit after your strength has stagnated. As long as you are not greedy, you can control it within a safe range. If Elder Yi Hongming wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being too greedy. This isn't the time to talk about this. Let's end the martial arts competition first, Wei Qing said. What? Wei Qing? Fei and I was shocked and said angrily, do you still have any shame? Wei Qing said coldly, I really don't understand what you're saying, young lord and I. Has the outcome been decided? Who died? Or who admitted defeat? Even if my husband admits defeat, does Yi Hongming still have the right to be the sect master? Fei and I said angrily. Then there's another problem, Wei Qing said. Don't worry, everyone. If there's a problem, we'll solve it one by one. He made hand seals with both hands and kept muttering something that seemed to be a secret language. Yi Hongming instantly stopped eating the primordial core and rushed toward Yunxiao. Bastard! You big bastard! Fei and I cried out in panic and struggled with all her might. But the restrictions set up by Wei Qing around her did not move at all. Yunxiao was lying on the ground, constantly repairing his body. He heard everything they said, but he was too lazy to speak. The moment Yi Hongming moved, he sat up with a cold look in his eyes. He made a hand seal with one hand and teleported to the sky to avoid the attack. Boom! Yi Hongming's fist landed on the ground, causing dust to fly up and the entire cloud summit to shake. After he became the ghost Azura, although the extraordinary power of the divine triggered by the burning blood was no longer there, the power of the peak of the Nine-Star was completely preserved. Lord Wei Qing, Yunxiao said coldly, you're the one controlling this thing, aren't you? Is the martial arts competition a 2-on-1 fight? I've only triggered the potential in his body and made him transform, Wei Qing said. Everything else has nothing to do with me. How can you say it's 2 against 1? Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, Lord Baiming Nan, come out. In a flash of white, Baiming Nan appeared next to Yunxiao and slowly raised his sword, his aura rising. Li Yunxiao, Wei Qingjin said angrily, you're looking for help? Are you confused, my lord? Yun Xiao sneered. What's wrong with you? I only asked Beifeng Nan to come out. He was the one who wanted to fight. What does that have to do with me? I can't possibly fight with Yi Hongming while stopping Beifeng Nan from making a move. Right? You're right. Beiming Nan nodded. I wanted to cut this ape myself. It has nothing to do with Li Yunxiao. A sword chi rushed up, stirring up the wind and clouds. Countless sword talismans circled around him. Eternal sword control. The sword radiance suddenly fell and slashed towards Yi Hongming. Roar! Yi Hongming roared loudly. A ruthless aura was emitted from his body as he suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying power exploded above the clouds, rolling in all directions like ocean waves. The entire mountain peak couldn't hold on any longer. Countless formation lights poured in from all directions like fireflies. The entire peak of the cloud sea finally stabilized. Everyone was shocked. Shi Kangqing shouted, "Stop! If this continues, Cloud Summit will be completely destroyed." Beimang Nan looked down expressionlessly. Yi Hongming was also expressionless. Li Yunxiao, Wei Qing said coldly, "Are you really going to break the rules of the martial duel?" Pa! Yunxiao's face darkened. He spat and said coldly, "This young master has called you Lord a few times, and you really think you're an adult? I don't care if you throw your weight around in the Long family, but don't blame me for slapping your face if you try to play tricks in front of me. Turning Yi Hongming into a ghost Azura to fight with me. Do you think I'm stupid, or are you stupid? Would I do such a thing?" Wei Qing's face was livid with anger and he said coldly, "Since you've shamelessly broken the rules of the martial arts tournament, then this lord has no choice but to personally take you down." Their long robes fluttered under the surging elemental energy, and a surging power spread out. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation, and they retreated in shock. "Everyone knows who is shameless," Yun Xiao said with a sneer. "Everyone in the Long family knows. You're the Holy Region's administrative department. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you continue to play by the rules, I'll play with you to the end. If you want to bully me, then I'm sorry, I can only slap your ear." Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. How dare Yun Xiao talk to Wei Qing like that? Although Yun Xiao's background was also terrifying, there was still a huge difference in strength between them. Wei Qing was also furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this in his many years of living. However, he was not triggered by anger. Instead, he became calmer and said coldly, "Is that true Dragon Dharmakaya expert in your holy weapon?" "So what if he's here?" Yun Xiao asked. "So what if he's not?" "If you're here, you might still have a chance to live," Wei Qing said. "If you're not here, I'm sorry, Martial Sovereign Xuanjipujuan will really die. You only know how to bully the weak," Yun Xiao said disdainfully, raising his middle finger. "If you have the ability, pick a divine transcendence to fight." "Humph! Li Yun Xiao, why have you become so childish? This world doesn't bully the weak, but is it the case that the weak are bullying the strong?" Wei Qing's face was filled with mockery as he stepped in the air. Every step he took was at the same frequency as the heaven and earth, and his aura became stronger and stronger. "Let me meet that true Dragon Dharmakaya master and see if he has the ability to take you out of the heavenly ridge. At the same time, I'm also very curious. When did such a powerful figure appear in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Even I didn't know about him." Tisk! An unfamiliar, cold voice sounded. "There are still many things you don't know. The realm of heavenly martial arts is so big that you can't measure it. Ant." Everyone trembled. The coldness in that voice made everyone shiver. Just what kind of existence was this person who could make many experts tremble with just his voice? Wei Qing looked behind Yun Xiao with all his attention, and then a green light flickered in and out of his sight, and Che Yu's figure gradually emerged. Fanny suddenly felt the shackles and the barrier around her disappear. She immediately flew to Yun Xiao's side with a concerned look on her face. "Oh? It seems that you know a lot about the realm of heavenly martial arts. How about you explain it to me, an ant?" Wei Qing said slowly, but his heart sank, knowing that it would be very difficult to kill Yun Xiao today. Yu laughed. Explaining is too troublesome. I should teach you properly. I'll let you know that your Weibo is really not enough. Hehe, then you'll have to put in more effort. Don't get slapped by me. It won't look good. Wei Qing's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, like ice crystals. With a whoosh, Wei Qing disappeared. Yu's face darkened. He snorted heavily and said, "Little Li Zi, get lost." He grabbed in the air and a vast sword essence appeared and slashed out. Swish! The sky was split in half, but no cracks could be seen. It was as if the two skies had been perfectly pieced together. However, the tearing force at the point of the piecing was too strong, and countless clouds and spiritual energy poured in. Yunxiao, little Li, Xianxia. Although he was unhappy, he still retreated a few thousand feet away with Feini and looked on quietly. Good sword. A voice of praise could be heard as Wei Qing appeared in front of Yu. He drew a circle in his palm and struck out. Yu raised his left hand. It turned into a dragon and grabbed down. Bang! A wave of spiritual pressure suddenly burst out between the two of them and spread out in all directions. The spiritual pressure was unstable, like the surface of a lake shaking. Yu laughed coldly. His body started to dragon form. At the same time, he raised his sword and slashed towards Wei Qing's head. Swish! The spirit pressure in front of him was directly cut in half, and one of Wei Qing's afterimages also suddenly split open, with a few strands of long hair and clothes fluttering in the air. Your actions are too obvious. Don't embarrass yourself. Yu shouted loudly and swept his long tail behind him. Bang! Felt like he had hit an iron plate and it actually hurt a little. What? Yu was greatly shocked. His body was made up of a dragon's secret treasure, a true spirit body. Even swords and blades could be blocked by it. His body shrank slightly, and he was shocked to find that the other party's 5 fingers had pinched his long tail. He immediately shouted angrily and kicked behind him. Wei Qing calmly grabbed his long tail and spun it. At the same time, he made a hand seal and slapped it down. Bang! The incantation seal accurately struck the shin bone of Chio's calf. A piece of dragon scale was pressed down and blood oozed out. Swish! Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. The Shumi Anthing instantly opened up. Terrifying sword essence surged and he turned around to stab at the sword. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard from the sword, and realm power spread out in all directions, pressing down along with the sword. Is this the legendary dragon realm? It is indeed very powerful. Wei Qing felt the pressure around him and slowly said, I understand now. You're also an expert with the blood of a true dragon, and you accidentally obtained 9 dragon secret treasures, which allowed you to cultivate the true dragon celestial body. Hehe, when 9 secret treasures are combined, they can manifest a true dragon. Legends are really boring. He raised his hand and knocked on the door with a seemingly casual finger. Dang! His fingertips hit the body of the Shumi Anata sword, and circles of sword light spread out in all directions. Wei Qing's figure instantly shrunk and he retreated 10 zhang. What? 9 dragon-type secret treasures. This person is a true dragon Dharmakaya. The Long family members around were all shocked. He can still use the dragon realm. I'm afraid his strength is no less than the sect leaders. So what? Yu snorted angrily. Although this body isn't perfect, it's enough to kill you. Another sword swept across the sky, and the light spread out like a fan. It's no use. Wei Qing's expression didn't change at all. He just kept moving his body and appeared in front of Yu. He said coldly, You have a powerful physical body, but your bloodline is not strong enough. If you can be transformed by me, you will be the most perfect existence, surpassing everything. Perfect your sister. Yu cursed and the sword force in his hand rose. Suddenly, a green light kept spinning in the sky. The sword talismans surged and vaguely formed the shape of Mount Meru, which was floating in the light. This is a Kasaya. Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed. He finally felt the danger and hurriedly retreated. You want to leave? Aren't you very brave? Yu's expression turned cold. Sword art demon slaying. Although Wei Qing retreated quickly, the power of the dragon realm around him increased along with the sword force, completely suppressing him. He couldn't escape the sword force at all. The vast territory is impregnable. He threw the scroll and cast a seal on it. It immediately unfurled, and a magnificent scene of rivers, mountains, and country flew around. Boom! The world of swords slashed down, and the entire sky was torn apart. On top of the clouds, Lu Yuan and the others were all pale. They had already formed a formation and joined hands to strengthen the power of the mountain-protecting formation. They did not want the heavenly ridge cloud carriage, which had been lonely and proud for 10,000 years, to be destroyed by the aftershock of the two. How can he be so resistant? Che Yu was shocked. Within the gradually dissipating energy storm, Wei Qing held the scroll in his hand and stood proudly. The green robe fluttered, and the mountain and river state painting seemed to have lost a lot of spiritual energy, and no fluctuation could be felt. Daluo golden bones. Yun Xiao suddenly thought of something and said loudly, "Be careful. What secret technique has this guy cultivated? It's called the Daluo golden bones." It was still outside the Red Moon City, when Ning Ku had thought that the three forms of long spear would determine the victory in the battle with Wei Qing, but he did not expect to be defeated by the Daluo golden bones. But Yun Xiao did not know what the Daluo golden bone was. What? The Daluo golden bones? Che Yu's pupils shrunk, his face filled with shock. You also know about this secret technique? It seems that they are indeed related. Wei Qing seemed to find it a little strange and put down his right hand. He put away the river, mountains, and state painting in his hand and slowly said, "Since you know the origin of this technique, you should also understand that you can't kill me with your abilities." Haha, what a joke! Not to mention secret techniques, even the world energy, the laws of heaven and earth. The true dragon sword can easily cut them apart. Che Yu laughed scornfully. He grabbed with his left hand, and another vast power rippled out. It was true that the heaven and earth couldn't use a sword. It appeared in his hand. The two swords appeared at the same time, and a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The wind blew and the clouds churned in the sky, and the shadow of a true dragon appeared. This is the sword of the Xuanji sect master. Most of the Long family members recognized the sword and were all shocked. At the same time, the dragon's might that came from the sky seemed to have crossed the ancient times and directly transmitted the pressure of an ancient true dragon through time and space. Plop! 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 How could the members of the Long family withstand this dragon's might? The fear that came from the depths of their souls caused a large number of them to instantly kneel down. Only a few elders were still bitterly supporting the dragon. The only person who did not feel the pressure was Fanny. She had the dragon essence and phoenix light now. Even if a true spirit appeared, she would not yield. A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Che Yu held his sword with both hands and formed a sword stance. A green dragon appeared behind him and almost became one with him. Wei Qing finally couldn't stay calm anymore. Under the surge of the dragon's might, his body was forced to retreat. So strong! He was greatly shocked, and his entire body's bone armor kept making crackling sounds, as if he had sensed an extraordinary power. A huge blood seal spread out in front of him. The sky was filled with clouds, and the setting sun was like blood. All the life in the sky was quickly drained away by this seal. All the experts on the cloud peak were pale-faced as they struggled to hold on. They felt that their life force was also disappearing continuously, and they were all abnormally terrified. The rivers and mountains are like a painting. How many heroes are there at a time? Wei Qing let out a soft cry and stepped on the power of the dragon realm with one foot, then suddenly slapped out with both palms. Boom! The boundless power of the draconic realm shattered in large areas, and the green light in the sky was constantly devoured by the red glow. Che Yu's eyes turned cold and his body continued to transform into a dragon. The two true dragon swords intertwined with each other and gave off a vast power. His body trembled under the influence of the two swords, and the scales on his body flipped up. The power of a true dragon, God-slaying sword. The two swords suddenly slashed out, and the sword rays were like giant dragons in the air, chasing and intertwining with each other. Eft! Eft! The Long family members below could no longer resist that absolute power. A fear that came from the depths of their souls caused their blood to surge wildly in their bodies. There were already a few martial artists whose meridians had been shattered and had fainted on the ground. The two sword auras turned into dragons and broke through the blood seal, shattering the chaotic river and blood landscape painting. The shocking sword chi surrounded Wei Qing and suddenly exploded. The figure seemed a little proud and lonely in the sword light, and his clothes were fluttering. Boom! The terrifying sword light shot up into the sky like a huge wave on the top of the sea of clouds. It charged directly towards the boundless Milky Way. The entire heavenly ridge trembled under the might of this sword. All the clouds dispersed, and countless birds and beasts were startled in the mountain range that spanned 100,000 miles. There were all kinds of wails as if it was the end of the world. The terrifying power continued to rush toward the Silver River. The sky was completely twisted into a funnel, devouring all the spiritual chi within a radius of several miles, forming countless illusions and shaking, making people feel as if they were not in the human world. Everyone's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their bodies were long drenched. Such a terrifying power. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end and one could not help but shiver. As the sword chi continued to dissipate, Che Yu's true dragon avatar appeared. It had almost completely transformed into a dragon and was slowly floating in the air. The scales on his body disappeared one by one, and he transformed into a human in an instant. The two swords disappeared in a flash in his hands. He grinned and let out a proud laugh. Ha ha ha! Eft! After laughing a few times, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot 3 feet high. His momentum fell to the bottom, and he took a few steps in the air before he stabilized himself. Why are you acting tough if you don't have the strength? Xianxia said, blushing. Ha ha ha! Che Yu laughed wildly. He said excitedly, too powerful. This power is too powerful. I like it. He laughed a few times and coughed out a lot of blood. It was obvious that he was also injured. Don't be too smug, Xianxia said. That man might not be dead. What? Everyone's heart thumped wildly. At this moment, there was no one within 10,000 miles. Moreover, he had been swallowed by that shocking attack just now. How could he have survived? Even the council was not a god. Che Yu's heart was also shaking. His eyes were wide open as he looked towards the void. After that one move just now, although he felt that he would definitely win, he couldn't relax the tension in his heart. A ray of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, shooting out 1,000 rays of multicolored light and causing a huge wave to spread. In the golden light, a huge blade-shaped, profound level weapon was floating. Eft! A stream of blood sprayed into the sky from the back of the saber. Suddenly, a golden skeletal arm grabbed the hilt and raised it up. Tens of thousands of golden lights flew up like the blazing sun in the sky. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but tremble. Wei Qing's entire body was unrecognizable. Half of his body had lost a large amount of flesh, revealing his golden skeleton that was flashing with hundreds of runes. Xianxia was also shocked, and he cried out, "The ruling blade!" These words were like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. The Long family elders all trembled, their faces filled with fear. Countless purple-black lights floated around the huge blade and started to spin. Che Yu's heart skipped a beat. Just looking at the blade made him feel a sense of fear. How is this possible? I have a true dragon avatar, so why do I still feel fear? He didn't dare to believe it and suddenly shouted, Li Yunxiao, what the hell is this blade of judgment? It was only then that Yunxiao's body trembled as he came back to his senses and said, You can't take the blade of judgment head-on. It is merely a blade that stores evil energy. It is enshrined in the sanctuary and has killed countless experts, absorbing their blood essence and resentment. Only after many years of accumulation can it have such a terrifying might. Che Yu calmed down, he said. So that's how it is. No wonder it's so terrifying. Once the blade is out, The entire world is like an Azura's purgatory. It makes one shudder. Yunxiao's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Countless peerless experts have died by this blade. It's a sharp weapon used by the sanctuary to rule the world, so it's called the Blade of Judgment. This blade itself is a grave for experts. If it's just the aura of hostility and hatred, I will destroy it in minutes." Yu became alert and said coldly, "Don't underestimate it," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Although this saber is not a saint artifact, I'm afraid even a saint artifact can't compete with it." Half of Wei Qing's face had also peeled off, revealing his golden bones. His face was hateful, but his eyes gradually recovered from the endless killing intent before and became extremely calm. "Li Yunxiao, even at this time and place, I'm still willing to give you another chance. As long as you follow me back to the saint level, I can take back this blade." Yunxiao calmly analyzed. "You must have the consent of more than 3 council members before you can use the Blade of Judgment. You've most likely taken it out of the holy region without permission. Once you use it, it will definitely be noticed. And this blade is too powerful. In your current state, even if you have the tyrannical Daluo golden bones, you may not be able to withstand it." Wei Qing said, "I've used this blade countless times. Why should I be afraid of being noticed? Moreover, the way this blade is used is different from ordinary profound-level weapons, so the theory of backlash is completely nonsensical." "If it's really harmless to you as you said," Yunxiao sneered, "would you talk to me about conditions?" "Wei Qing, you're overestimating your intelligence." Anger flashed across Wei Qing's face as he gritted his teeth and said, "So you're going to continue to be stubborn?" "Cut the crap," Yunxiao snorted. "If you want to cut me, do it now. I'm not the one who took your attack, so what am I afraid of? You're a coward if you don't." "What? Your sister?" Yu went berserk in the sky, cursing. Wei Qing's face turned blue with anger. He stared at Yunxiao for a while, then turned to Yu, who was extremely vigilant and ready to attack with 2 swords in his hands. The purple-black vortex on the Blade of Judgment gradually weakened, and then was completely absorbed by the blade. Wei Qing let go of his hand, and the blade gradually faded away before finally disappearing. Everyone immediately felt their chests relax, and the purgatory-like pressure and fear disappeared in an instant. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His clenched hands were covered in sweat as he gradually loosened them. He did not have the slightest confidence that Yu would be able to block this blade. He was only trying to show his strength to the enemy and let them see his unyielding determination. Who would have thought that he would really stop? But Yunxiao knew that there must be a deeper reason for Wei Qing's sudden decision to give up, but he could not guess it for the time being. The entire peak of the Cloud Sea was quiet. No one dared to speak, not even Yunxiao and Yu, who had sharp mouths, because no one wanted to fight anymore. "You've won today's battle, but I'll come back to the Long family again," Wei Qing said. Everyone from the Long family felt their hearts tremble. Many of them understood what he meant. He was referring to the purification of bloodlines. Fanny mustered her courage and shouted, "Go back to the sanctuary. If the Long family doesn't welcome you again, don't ever come back." Wei Qing's eyes turned and looked at her. Fei and I's face turned pale with fear, but she still looked at him firmly. "Heh, even if you're the head of the Long family, can you really represent the interests of everyone in the Long family?" He chuckled and said, "The desire for power in a person's heart can never be suppressed. Don't worry, I won't force any of you. Long Qianmiao, Yi Hongming, all of you are willing to follow me." Everyone's eyes turned to the ghost Azura Luo Yi Hongming. They no longer had the fear and sorrow from before, and they all remained silent. Everyone asked themselves if they would choose to purify their bloodline if their cultivation base reached its peak and they could no longer advance. As long as he wasn't greedy and controlled the risks, it would be fine. Many people's answers were positive. However, was there anyone in this world who was not greedy? Humph. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to refine bloodlines? Don't forget who was the one who invented this great secret technique. A sneer could be heard as a figure flashed across the sky. Qiu Mujie appeared in front of Wei Qing and coldly looked at him from 100 zhang away. Wei Qing's pupils shrank as he stared at him and said coldly, "Crazy Jie. You've completely walked to the opposite side of me. Didn't you force me to do this?" Qiu Mujie said. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, "There are many grudges between you and me, but in general, friendship is more important than hatred. You're a rare talent, and you can only unleash your greatest potential under my command. If you're willing to return to my majesty, we'll pretend that nothing happened." Xianxia was already dead. Although he didn't have any news of Yishi, he was most likely dead as well. Qiu Mujie's talent was even more important to him at this moment. "Oh? Can you pretend that nothing happened?" Qiu Mujie asked in surprise. "Those who do great things don't bother about trifles. And in my eyes, there are no eternal enemies in the world," Wei Qing said. "Kik." Qiu Mujie let out a strange laugh and said, "Lord Wei Qing's temperament is very similar to mine. My little heart is beating fast. I really want to agree. You're a smart man and a great alchemist," Wei Qing said. "You should know what the best choice is." "Haha, that makes sense." Qiu Mujie grinned and took a step forward, appearing in front of Wei Qing. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, instantly grabbing the padao and slashing down. Bang! A ray of metallic light burst out. Wei Qing's two bony fingers directly clamped the blade. The smile on his face slowly sank as he said in a cold voice, "Is this your choice? I'm so disappointed." "I don't want you to be disappointed. I want you to die," Qiu Mujie sneered. He bent his body, lifted his leg, and threw it out like a whip. He kicked Wei Qing sideways and the swastika flashed. Boom! The space where Wei Qing was kicked exploded, and countless spatial fragments scattered. Qiu Mujie retracted his leg and his padao also disappeared in a flash. He coldly snorted and looked at the figure several hundred zhang away. "Qiu Mujie, the next time we meet will be the day of your death," Wei Qing said coldly. He knew there was no point in staying any longer, so he turned around to leave. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea, and he shouted, "Wei Qing, how are the Mengwu siblings now?" Wei Qing's body froze, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a strange smile. "Mengwu and her brother. Do you know their identities?" "I don't care who they are," Yunxiao said. "But one of them is my friend, and the other is my disciple." "And then?" Wei Qing said with a playful tone. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with killing intent as he said coldly, "After that, I will bring them back. TSK, you can come back and say these words to me when you have the strength." Wei Qing's face showed undisguised mockery, but the depths of his eyes were extremely serious. Yunxiao stared at him for a while before he returned to normal and said, "Leave. The person you took from me, I will definitely take her back with my own hands. At that time, whether I kill you or keep you alive will depend on this young master's mood. Although I don't deny your strength and talent, you're still far from catching up to me." Wei Qing laughed. His long robe fluttered as he turned into a ray of light and shot away. Yi Hongming also soared into the sky and followed closely behind. The two of them quickly disappeared from the sky ridge. "Who?" Yu exhaled. "He actually ran away just like that. I haven't dismembered his body yet." "Don't embarrass yourself," Yunxiao said. "Come down quickly." Yu glared at him and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened just now. How dare you use me as a shield?" As soon as he landed on the ground, he threw a punch at Yunxiao. Yunxiao was taken aback. Although the other party had controlled his strength, he was still injured at the moment, and it was impossible for him to withstand it. He hurriedly teleported away and said, "I'm just lying to him. Did I also lie to you? Your intelligence is comparable to Wei Qing's." "Humph! How dare you insult my intelligence? I'll kill you." Yu charged forward again. The two of them turned into a ball of light and flashed around. The members of the Long family looked at each other. No one had expected the current situation. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what to do. Xianxia greets the head of the Long family, Lord Feini. Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and knelt down in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions varied. Fanny was also a little flustered, but she understood that she had to stand up and shoulder the responsibility. Elder Kongcheng, there is no need to be so polite. Please rise. She went forward and helped Shi Kongqing up. Peng Yu frowned and said, even if Yi Hongming can't be the sect master, isn't it too hasty to let Fanny be the sect master? Why don't we call for a meeting of the elders and discuss this? The Elders Guild? What's that? Suddenly, a light flashed in the distance, and Yun Xiao and Che Yu landed in front of Peng Yu. Yun Xiao stared at him coldly and asked. Peng Yu was shocked and quickly retreated. It's the highest council of the Long family. The succession of the sect master must be approved by most of the elders. Oh, I see. Yun Xiao nodded and said, it's so troublesome to hold a meeting. Why don't you just ask if everyone agrees? Elder Peng Yu, do you agree to this? He narrowed his eyes and revealed a kind and respectable smile. Peng Yu's expression changed slightly. This needs to be considered before I can answer, he said awkwardly. How long do you need to think about it? Yun Xiao asked. Peng Yu thought for a moment and said, for such a big matter, it will take at least 3 to 4 months to discuss in detail. Not bad, Yun Xiao praised. Elder Peng Yu is very meticulous in his work, and we admire him. Che Yu, let him lie on the bed for 3 to 4 months and have a good rest and think quietly. Yes. Che Yu's cold voice resounded. Ah! Peng Yu was shocked and hurriedly said, you're Xinjin? Bang! They didn't even see Che Yu attack. They only saw the space twist and Peng Yu's chest press down. The sound of his bones cracking could be heard. This person spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. I just broke all my bones, Yun Xiao said with a frown. I don't need to be in bed for 3 or 4 months, do I? The Long family was one of the 7 superpowers and had countless healing pills. Elder Peng Yu would probably be fine after taking a few pills and a good sleep. Are you looking down on Elder Peng Yu's strength, or the Long family's healing medicine? Che Yu was apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength. Let me punch him again. This time, I will make sure Elder Peng Yu is bedridden for 4 months. I will give the elder time to think about who the sect leader should be. Peng Yu laid on the ground. His face was full of pleading. He kept struggling to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, he would spit out blood. He couldn't make a sound at all and could only wave his hands. Bang! Che Yu directly stomped down with his foot, causing this man's chest to instantly collapse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood a few meters high. I should be able to rest for 4 months now, right? Elder, please remember to think about it. Che Yu's gaze turned cold and he kicked out once more, sending Peng Yu flying towards the bottom of the cloud sea. Everyone's face turned pale, and many of them looked angry, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Fortunately, Peng Yu was a sinister person and didn't have many friends. In addition, he had colluded with Wei Qing just now, so no one had a good impression of him. Thus, no one was willing to stand up. Pa pa pa. Che Yu clapped his hands a few times, then returned to Yun Xiao's side and said, I've successfully completed the mission. Sai, in order to ensure that the elder can recuperate for more than 4 months, I had no choice but to cripple half of his dantian. Even if his injuries recover, he won't be able to condense Emperor Qi again, and his strength will fall below that of a martial supreme. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the two in horror. They were all afraid. Even Shi Kongqing's face turned pale. He felt that this was too cruel. To make a 9-stars martial emperor fall to the rank of a martial honor, it was truly a fate worse than death. However, he also knew that the situation was not ordinary at the moment. He had to use thunderous methods to suppress everything and quickly support Fanny to the throne. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more trouble it would be. Humph, he asked for it, he deserved it. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm not a kind person to deal with this kind of thing that doesn't know what's good for them. I'll just kill them directly. I'm really giving you face, but you don't want it. Yun Xiao mumbled a few words in a low voice. When he saw the fear in everyone's eyes, he immediately put on a smile and said, Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I was just spouting nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Everyone's faces were filled with black lines. How could they not take these cruel methods and those cold words just now to heart? Lu Yuan's face was livid. Young Master Yunxiao, you're openly dealing with those who oppose you. You're trampling on the rules of the Long family's elder council. Even if Feini were to become the sect master, everyone would still be dissatisfied. Oh, you mean scolding? Please don't misunderstand me, Yunxiao said with a smile. I respect the rules of other sects the most. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Just now, Che, you didn't like Peng Yu and attacked him. It had nothing to do with me. Can't you guys be a little more optimistic? Don't talk about conspiracy theories. Things aren't that complicated. Yes, I didn't like that guy, so I kicked him out. Che, you said unhurriedly. But it's strange. Young Master Yun, why didn't these people stand up to protect their dignity and the rules when Wei Qing was here? Why didn't they say anything? This is what it means to be bullied by kind people, Yunxiao said. If you show them a little kindness, they'll be as brilliant as you are, and if you show them a little bit of respect, they'll start a business. Therefore, it was better to be evil. You can just kill anyone you don't like later. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I'm not familiar with them. All right, he said. Che Yu nodded and said, that makes sense. He grabbed the Shumi Enata sword in the air and began to play with it. However, the killing intent on his body kept rising, causing ice to form in the surrounding area. All of the elders' faces turned pale, and they felt ashamed and angry at the same time. They couldn't show their faces in front of all the Long family disciples. Is there any elder who does not agree with Feini's succession? Yunxiao asked with a smile. Please take a step forward. Swish! All the elders subconsciously took a big step back. Yunxiao nodded with satisfaction. That means everyone agrees. I'm very pleased to see you all working together. I believe that, with everyone's support, Feini will definitely be able to do well. Don't you agree, Lord Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly, but he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, a killing intent that seemed to have substance invaded his body, and he could not help but shiver. Moreover, Feini was the best candidate for the Long family's position. That's right, Feini possesses the dragon essence and phoenix light, and is also the sect master's chosen candidate. She is the most suitable candidate to succeed the throne. Lu Yuan immediately expressed his stance. At the same time, he knelt down on one knee and said, Subordinate Lu Yuan greets sect leader Feini. Feini gave Yunxiao a strange look, but her face was filled with a sweet smile as she said, Elder Lu Yuan, you're too polite. Quickly get up. She stepped forward and helped Lu Yuan up. Why do I need to help you personally? Yunxiao said slowly. These old things didn't know what was good for them, and the key was that they didn't have any abilities. They were more powerful than the one before, and if they didn't listen in the future, they would just kill them. The world lacks everything except for jokers. His words immediately caused the elders to shiver in their hearts. They looked at each other, but they did not dare to speak out. Thinking about their actions, they were suppressed by Wei Qing to the point where they did not dare to speak, and now they were suppressed by Che Yu to the point where they did not dare to speak. They really did not have much ability, and their faces could not help but turn red. Feinian said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. Every elder is a pillar of the Long family and has witnessed and experienced the Long family's glory together. They are also the founders and defenders of the Long family's supreme status, and the world reveres them. She said it with a pious face, but she was laughing in her heart. She knew that Yunxiao was deliberately playing the bad guy and letting her play the good guy to win the favor and support of many elders. After all, she was still inexperienced, and her strength was not enough to intimidate the entire Long family. Even if she took over, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. If she took this opportunity to intimidate all the elders, she would have less trouble in the future. As expected, the elders' expressions became slightly better, and they showed slight gratitude. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, Whatever you say, I don't like to listen to nonsense. I only care about what others do. I'm going to say this at the peak of the Cloud Sea today. If anyone causes trouble for Feini, I'll exterminate 3 of their families, A chill spread through the clouds, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. An endless chill spread from the bottom of their hearts. All of their hearts trembled. It was just a sentence, yet as experts at the peak, why did they feel a chill from the depths of their hearts? Caused them to tremble. The few elders were even more shocked as they looked at Xianxia's cool figure, standing alone on the peak of the sea of clouds, as if he was looking down on the world. The corner of Fei and I's mouth rose slightly. Her eyes were slightly infatuated as she chuckled. My husband is too violent. Since Fanny has inherited the position of sect master, she must win people over with virtue and not strength. She will definitely do it to satisfy everyone and protect the reputation of our long family. Little Li also likes to win people over with virtue, Cheyu chuckled. But Lao Ai only disrespects dead people. His face turned from a playful smile to a cold one, and his words were filled with endless killing intent. His cold dragon eyes swept across everyone. Coupled with the natural pressure of his level, everyone trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel. Don't make it sound so violent, Xianxia said. It's fine as long as we all understand it in our hearts. This world is actually quite beautiful. Everyone's face was full of black lines, and their whole body was soaked in cold sweat. All right, Xianxia said. Since you all support Fanny, let's pay our respects. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at each other's reactions. They all stood still. Within 3 breaths, everyone who is still standing will die. Cheiyu's face turned cold. He raised the shumi and sword, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Countless spiritual chi rushed in from all directions. Everyone on the cloud peak was shocked, and the elders' expressions also changed. Finally, they knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." All the elders followed suit and knelt down. Even the disciples of the Long family, who were thousands of feet away, followed suit. "We pay our respects to the sect leader," they shouted in unison, and their voices shook the 9 heavens. They were even teleported far below the heavenly ridge, and all the birds and beasts within 1,000 miles were shocked. A few days later, on top of the clouds, a colorful light slowly rose from the clouds and turned into a layer of mirror light that spread in all directions. In the center of the mirror light, countless runes appeared and rolled. Several figures stood on the peak of the sea of clouds, looking at the mirror, which was changing unpredictably. "This is the Long family's great bright mirror," Fei and I said softly. "It has the ability to break through the limitations of space. It can teleport you to any place in the realm of heavenly martial arts accurately." Her voice was filled with desolation and reluctance, appearing very low. "All right," he said. "Yes," Xianxia replied. Without saying anything more, he walked into the mirror. "When will my husband be back?" Fanny asked anxiously. "I'll have my men guard the border of the heavenly ridge." "No need," Xianxia said. "If I come to the Long family, you'll be the first one I'll inform." "What year and month was that?" Fanny asked. The water deity, who was dressed in white, also took Xianxia's hand and said, "That's right. Why don't you stay here for a few more days, big brother Xianxia? There are so many fun places on the heavenly ridge, and they're so beautiful. It's completely different from the forest of the sea. Why don't you stay, sister water deity?" Xianxia said, "Let Fanny play with you. That will save me a lot of trouble." "No, no, no." Water deity pouted and rejected the proposal. "I want to follow big brother Xianxia. I'll go wherever you go." Fanny smiled sadly and said, "After I settle the Long family's matters, I'll leave my position as sect master and follow my husband to the ends of the earth." "The head of the Long family has a great responsibility," Xianxia said. "Don't let go easily. Leave only when the world is stable." "All right. I'll follow my husband's arrangements." Fei and I nodded and said, "I wonder when we'll meet again. Can I have one day?" Xianxia frowned and thought for a moment, but he still sighed and said, "There will be a day when we meet again." "Fa Kason," Fei and I said dejectedly. Water deity hurriedly said, "Sister Fanny, don't be unhappy. Brother Xianxia and I will come and visit you when we have time. These bags are for you." She took out a few bags that she had bought these past few days and pushed them in front of Fanny. Fanny laughed bitterly and chose one to keep as a memento. Then Fanny will wait for husband and sister water deity to come. Yes, Yunxiao said. We'll part ways here. We'll meet again someday. He waved goodbye and entered the mirror with the water deity. Their figures became more and more faint until they disappeared in the mirror ocean. At this moment, the mirror's light filled the sky with colorful clouds. Looking at the vast sea of clouds, it was as if one was standing at the top of the world. The endless sky was vast and deep. A large part of Fanny's heart was lost. Her entire body trembled, and she finally could not help but shed tears. Qiu Mujia's brows furrowed, and he snorted. However, seeing that she was sobbing softly, he couldn't bring himself to ridicule her. He could only say, "It's only a temporary separation. The heroes of the world who have come to congratulate you are still waiting to see you below." Only then did Fanny stop her tears. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Let's go." She glanced back at the great bright mirror before slowly descending into the sea of clouds. Only then did she go down with Qiu. North region, outside Xinyan City. 11 figures stood in the sky, discussing something in a low voice. Everyone's face was quite serious. One of the short old men held a walking stick in his hand. There was a snake's head carved on it. He said, "Why isn't boss here yet? Could he be trapped in Flat Mountain City? What kind of joke is this? Even if the few great families of Flat Mountain City work together, they won't be able to stop boss. He must have been delayed by other matters." A yellow-clothed woman said with a cold expression. What second brother said makes sense, and what third sister said also makes sense. In my opinion, Big Brother will be here soon. A middle-aged man in a white brocade robe said in a refined manner while waving a folding fan in his hand. "Humph. Bullshit," one of the burly and muscular men cursed. "There aren't many people in the world who can keep boss." The short elder frowned. "Sixth brother, restrain that arrogant temperament of yours." This was New Yen City, the headquarters of the Merchant Union, where there were countless experts. In addition to this matter, as long as you dare to come, you're all people with extraordinary abilities. Don't cause trouble for everyone. The burly man grinned. The world's powerhouses have gathered. It's a good time to make our name known. We will become famous sooner or later. As long as Ling Bai dies, the 8 Guardians of Death will become history. Our organization will then become the #1 assassin organization in the world. The man in the white robe had a smug expression on his face as he waved his paper fan. "Ha! That's right." The burly man clapped his hands and laughed. "By then, the 12 blades of the soaring cloud will be the most famous. That's if Ling Bai dies. But will he die?" The short elder snorted. The other 10 people also fell silent, their faces solemn. There was probably no one in the world who would dare to say that Ling Bai would die. "Ling Bai will definitely die this time." Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. Following that, a light flashed in the sky and a man in gray appeared before everyone. "Greetings, boss." The 11 of them were overjoyed and went forward to pay their respects. Very good. Everyone's here." Fourth brother was right. The man in gray said with a peaceful expression. "The gathering in Xinyan City this time is extremely important. It's an opportunity for the 12 blades of the Ascendant Cloud to rise to fame. But boss, as long as Ling Bai is still alive, we'll never be able to make it big," the short elder said with a frown. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, "Ling Bai is dead for sure this time. During the last auction in New Yen City, the last profound level weapon, Gu Feiyang's Star Destroyer, had been robbed by the 8 signs of the Death God. This was the first large-scale auction organized by the Myriad Treasure Store since the establishment of New Yen City. It was a fucking slap in the face. All these years, the Merchant Union has been cultivating and strengthening its own strength. How could it allow such a thing to happen? This incident has directly angered thousands, and that's why they sent out the hero invitation, summoning all the heroes in the world to annihilate Ling Bai. Even so, I don't think he can do anything to Ling Bai." the short elder said. I've gathered some information over the past few days. Most of the people who have come to New Yen City are here to watch the show or to take advantage of the situation. I'm afraid that there aren't many experts who can be put to use. That Ling Bai is ranked 4th on the power chart. No matter what, he's still an existence that has transcended the mortal world. Ordinary experts are of no use to him. The man in gray crossed his hands behind his back and said slowly, "That's right. Quality is more important than quantity in a war. The Merchant Union was making a big fuss to let the world see their power. Otherwise, a mere planet destroyer sword wouldn't be worth it for them to act against Ling Bai. You must know that the price they'll have to pay for this will be beyond their imagination." "You're right, boss," the yellow-clothed woman said. "The Merchant Union values profit the most, and they would never do anything without benefits or confidence. Since they want to deal with Ling Bai so publicly, I'm afraid they're 100% confident. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm at least 70% to 80% sure," the gray-robed man said. He suddenly laughed, and his eyes shone with excitement. "And I was indeed delayed by something. If that thing was successful, I would have a 90% chance of killing Ling Bai." 90%? The other 11 people were all shocked and didn't know what was going on. The yellow-robed woman's body suddenly trembled as she said in surprise, "Boss, could it be that your cultivation is weak?" "Ha ha ha." The gray-clothed man laughed proudly and said, "Lu Xian knows me best. I've already found the path to divine transcendence. If I can succeed this time, I will be able to step into that realm and be on equal footing with Ling Bai." Everyone was overjoyed. The short elder hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate you first, big brother." "Congratulations, big brother." The others also hurriedly offered their congratulations. The muscular man laughed and said, "Ha ha. Ling Bai is dead for sure this time. The name of the 12 blades of the Ling Yun shall be known throughout the world." The white-robed man also flattered, "As long as boss steps into divine transcendence, the name of the 12 blades will be able to compete with the 7 superpowers. Boss's position will also be on par with the 7 sect masters and the 10 martial emperors." The man in gray was full of smiles. He was obviously very happy. "This is just a guess. It might not be realized in the end. I'm very clear about the boss's character. He would never say anything if he wasn't confident. He should have at least a 60% chance of entering divine transcendence, right?" the short elder said. The man in gray nodded and said, "It should be about 70% to 80%. I've also heard something else, though I'm not sure if it's true. It's said that the sacred zone is reopening the heaven and earth power chart." "What? The billboard is reopened?" Everyone was shocked. Not only were they extremely shocked, but they also felt hot blood flowing through their bodies. "It's not confirmed yet, but if it's true, then—" the man in gray said, his eyes glowing. "That's great. An extremely powerful might spread out from his body." And the 11 people all took a step back, their hearts surging. The short elder was pleasantly surprised. He said, "The heaven and earth power chart has been out for more than 20 years. During this period, countless powerhouses have emerged. I'm afraid the 10 martial sovereigns can't convince the masses anymore. It's indeed time for a new ranking. I wish Big Brother success in your martial arts so that you can have a place. I wish Big Brother success in your martial arts and a place for yourself." The rest of the people also congratulated him loudly. If their boss could win the title of a titled martial sovereign, they would all be proud of it. "I heard that in the Battle of the Red Moon City, Divine Control Martial Sovereign Yao Jinliang lost his demon pet, the Burying Cloud Beast, and Martial Sovereign King Tangguang was crippled. Martial Sovereign Vanquisher, Gu Feiyang, has also fallen. If Ling Bai dies this time, there will be 4 empty spots. Boss has a chance," the yellow-robed lady said softly. "Yeah, I think so too." "Yes," the man in gray nodded and said, "As long as I succeed this time, no one in the world can compete with me for these 4 positions after I step into divine transcendence. Boss, I heard that Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereign vanquisher, is not dead," the short old man suddenly said. The famous Li Yunxiao was reborn by him by seizing the body of an innate fetus. The man in gray frowned. I've heard a lot about this man. He's indeed a difficult person to deal with. But I'm even more difficult to deal with than him. Naturally, our boss has been fighting his way out through life and death all these years, the short elder said. Not only is his strength above Yunxiao's, but his real combat strength is also far beyond his peers in terms of combat experience. I'm afraid he's the strongest man under divine transcendence. I dare not claim to be number one. I dare not claim to be. The gray-robed man chuckled. However, his expression of enjoyment did not show any signs of embarrassment. On the contrary, it was as if he was the only one who could do it. Since everyone's here, let's hurry into the city, the yellow-clothed woman said. The situation in the city is very complicated. Let's find an unremarkable hotel to stay in and wait for the merchant union to come out and preside over it. There's no hurry, the man in gray said. It's not too late to enter the city after I kill these two idiots who are hiding in the void and eavesdropping. What? The 11 people's faces changed greatly, and they all became vigilant. They spread out their divine senses and looked around, but they couldn't sense anything at all. This time, the 11 people all turned pale with fright. To be able to hide for so long without being detected by them, he must be someone with a heaven-defying cultivation. The man in gray sneered. Do you want to come out and face your death? Or do you want me to drag you out and kill you? To eavesdrop on our 12 blades of the soaring clouds conversation. You can be proud of your courage even after you die. A faint voice was heard. I didn't want to hear it, but I was directly teleported here, and I didn't want to alert you, so I hid myself. What a stupid excuse. The man in gray laughed. Not far away, the space twisted slightly, and two figures appeared immediately. The man was valiant and had an extraordinary appearance, while the woman floated like an immortal, as if she were not mortal. Everyone was stunned. If there was a perfect match in this world, then the two people in front of them were. The man in gray was also stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up and he stared at the woman, revealing a look of greed and desire. They were Yunxiao and Water Deity. Excuse? Yunxiao said lightly. Excuse? There's no need for that. Hee. The man in gray laughed hideously. It's indeed unnecessary. The two of you can tell me your names, and I'll decide if I'll spare your lives. I'm not interested in your name, Yunxiao said. I just want to know what you mean by the road to transcendence and sainthood you mentioned earlier. Oh? To be able to remain so calm while facing our Ling Yun's 12 strikes, you do have some strength. This is not something you should know, the man in gray sneered. Besides, so what if you know? You're about to die. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, Yunxiao said. It's just extraordinary and divine. I've seen it many times, and you're not one. Ha ha ha. He's really unbridled. The man in gray sneered, and a cruel killing intent gradually appeared on his face. He said coldly, just divine transcendence? That's the truth, Yunxiao said. It's up to you to believe it or not. Also, forgive me for my lack of knowledge, but I've never heard of this so-called 12 Blades of the Cloud. Is it an organization that sells blades? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everyone was furious, and their violent killing intent continued to spread, causing sand and stones to fly. The man in gray said coldly, You have a cheap mouth that makes one want to tear it into pieces. If your purpose is to provoke my anger and skin you alive, then congratulations. You've done it. The water deity grabbed Yunxiao's arm and said, Big brother Yunxiao, these people are all disgusting. I don't want to see them again. Let's go and ignore them. The man in gray suddenly raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao. You are Li Yunxiao. This shriek pierced through the quiet atmosphere. The other 11 people's expressions changed drastically, and then they revealed looks of shock. They had just been talking about Yunxiao, and they did not expect to meet him so soon. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, I'm the one you said was not as difficult to deal with as you. The man in gray immediately became alert. He stared at him like a venomous snake and said, I heard that you have a supreme grade profound level weapon? Is that true? Xiao thought for a moment and said, What does it have to do with you? You can't get it? So why are you asking so much? Ha ha ha. The man in gray suddenly laughed and said, In that case, it must be true. The heavens are really kind to me. First, you let me see the hope of stepping into divine transcendence. Now, you've given me a supreme grade profound level weapon and a beautiful girl to enjoy. Ha ha ha. This year is really my lucky year. The water deity's expression changed drastically. You toad, she said angrily. Don't you dare speak without thinking. She tugged at Xiao's arm and said, Big brother Xiao, this person is too despicable. Kill him. I don't need to kill him, Xiao said. He'll come here and seek his own death. Humph, I don't care if you're the reincarnation of martial sovereign vanquisher or not. You're courting death by challenging me with your current strength. The man in gray grinned hideously. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xiao, his fingers forming an eagle's claw as he clutched at his neck. Did you see that? Xiao said coldly, I told you that he'll come here to die. He immediately raised his hand, raised a finger like a sword, and fiercely pointed at the acupuncture point in the other party's palm. The gray-robed man's expression changed. He hurriedly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched. Bang! The sword chi collided with the fist wind and burst out with a burst of energy impact, shaking the other party away. The man in gray's expression changed drastically. He shouted and put his hands together. Suddenly, a saber became one with him and slashed down. Void Gong Blade. Xiao frowned and said, What? Minion saber? The saber is really like a person's name. He made a hand seal in front of him, and 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew out and formed a sword formation around him. Countless rays of light rolled up and condensed into a huge sword shadow in the sky, which suddenly slashed down. Boom! The saber light was shattered, but the sword intent did not decrease. It instantly disintegrated into countless sword shadows that fell like rain. Boom! 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 The void around the man in gray was cut open. He kept waving a short blade in his hand, which looked like a knife but was not a knife. He shattered the sword shadows and his face was extremely gloomy. Oh? You still have some skills. Xiao snorted coldly as he changed the incantation gesture in his hand and raised it high above his head. Myriad swords, thousand swords stream. The countless sword shadows immediately flew up and turned into a storm of sword chi that swept over. The man in gray was shocked. He turned into a beam of light and was about to leave, but he found that he was completely sucked in by the storm. His entire body was almost torn apart. Whoosh! After struggling for a while, he was finally sucked into the sword chi storm. The other 11 people were greatly shocked and suddenly retreated. Their faces were filled with shock. This was the first time they had seen someone force their blades to such an extent. Void Gong Blade Demon Dance. Boom! A huge saber shadow cut through the storm and opened a passage in an instant. The man in gray escaped with great joy and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away. Only then did he stare at Xiao with a cold face and remain silent for a moment. I don't care if you're Gu Feiyang or not, but the name Li Xiao is well-deserved to be the #1 among the new generation. What does this have to do with you? Xiao asked. Are you going to make way for us to enter the city? Or are you going to die and let me kill you all before entering the city? The man in gray's face twitched and he snorted. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but I still have important matters to attend to. It's not a good time to fight you now, but I'll remember what happened today and marry you in the future. As for this beautiful girl, I'll let you play with her for a few more days. Damn it! The water deity said angrily. If Brother Xiao doesn't kill you, I'll kill you myself. Her body glowed with golden light as the broadsword landed in her hand. She suddenly waved it in the air, and the 8 distresses sword essence spread out. A sea of bitterness appeared, and it was as good as turning back. The man in gray's pupils shrank. He raised his saber in shock, and a barrier opened up. Boom! The sword essence of the Sea of Bitterness hit the saber enchantment, one wave after another. It was continuous and getting stronger. The shock in the gray-clothed man's heart was even greater. The cultivation of this beautiful girl in front of him was not strong, but her sword intent was unfathomable. It made him feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. In his great shock, he hurriedly turned his blade. Bang! A blade light rose and split the Sea of Bitterness. Boom! The water deity was so shocked that she quickly retracted her sword and retreated a few steps in the air. Her eyes were filled with anger as she said, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you have the ability, fight with Big Brother Yunxiao." "What ability do you have with me?" The gray-clothed man's face was filled with black lines as he said, "You're the one who started it, and I didn't hit you, okay? Is self-defense not allowed?" "It's still useful to keep him alive for the time being," Yunxiao said. "I want to see how he will become a divine transcendence expert, and how he will kill Ling Bai." TSK. Young man, the ignorant are truly fearless. Although the man in gray felt a little awkward, when he thought of the other party's identity, he didn't think much of it. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph! How arrogant and despotic. Do you really think you're still a titled martial sovereign? If I didn't have something important to do, I would take your life right now, but I would only let you live for a few more days. Let's go." He turned around and led the other 11 people into a ball of light, flying into New Yen City. "Humph! I'll let him live a few more days." The water deity clenched her fist and said fiercely, "When he has no value, Big Brother Yunxiao, help me kill him." Yunxiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in embarrassment, "This person's strength is extraordinary, but he is extremely ambitious. It's hard to say if he can live long enough for me to kill him. If he can, then I'll kill him." "All right." Water deity clapped her hands and laughed. "I knew Big Brother Yunxiao would stand up for me." "There are all kinds of people in New Yen City," Yunxiao said. "You'd better go back to my divine realm tablet. You don't want to cause me any trouble." Water deity shook her head. No. I just want to stay outside. It's too boring inside." New Yen City is the headquarters of the Merchant Union. It's said to be the most prosperous city in the human world. There must be a lot of beautiful bags to buy. "I want to buy a bag." Yunxiao patted his head and said in a speechless manner, "It's only been a few days and you've already been led astray by Fanny. Big Brother Yunxiao, do you miss Big Sister Fanny?" The water deity chuckled. "No, I didn't." Yunxiao pondered for a moment and answered, "No? Then why do you still want to think about it?" The water deity asked, blinking her big eyes. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "When did you become a thoughtful person?" "Humph, there's obviously one. But don't worry, Big Brother Yunxiao," water deity mumbled. "Lord Qiumujie has also stayed in the Heavenly Ridge. No one will dare to bully her." Yunxiao naturally knew the purpose of Qiumujie's stay, which was to be able to carry out experiments. But at the very least, he would not experiment unscrupulously like Wei Qing at this moment. It had to be done willingly by the Long family. This was the bottom line Yunxiao had given him on this matter, and he did not dare to disobey Yunxiao too much now. After all, they were all Wei Qing's enemies and allies on the same front. "Let's not talk about Fanny anymore. I hope she's well in Tianling, otherwise?" A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he said, "Otherwise, I'll really wash the Heavenly Ridge with blood." The two of them quickly turned into a ray of light and entered New Yen City. The city wasn't as lively as he had imagined. The pedestrians were in a hurry, and it was much more deserted than the last auction. Moreover, the streets were filled with a tense atmosphere, and the number of martial artists on the road and in the restaurants on both sides of the road had increased. "It's just Ling Bai. Is there a need to make such a big move?" Yunxiao sighed. The entire merchant union had probably been mobilized as if they were facing a great enemy, which led to a large number of merchants leaving to avoid any setbacks. "Let's go to Tianyuan Trading Company first," water deity said. "I also want to see Sister Ding Ling I wonder what kind of person she is." "Aren't you going to buy bags?" Yunxiao asked. Water deity said, "It's filled with a murderous atmosphere. There's no joy at all. I'll buy it in a few days. This giant city is so big that we won't be able to finish exploring it in a short time. Well, I haven't seen Ling for a long time, so I miss her a little. Yun Xiao took out a gold-stamped invitation and gently opened it. A few beautiful words were written on it, and it gave off a faint fragrance. It was written by Ding Ling. When she sent someone to congratulate Feini on his succession, she had specially presented it to him, inviting him to meet her in New Yen City. Sister Ling did you invite brother Yun Xiao to fight Ling Bai as well? Water deity asked. I can't rule out that possibility, Yun Xiao said, but it's most likely not the case. Why? Water deity asked. Yun Xiao smiled faintly but did not explain. If it was to deal with Ling Bai, Ding Ling would not have let him come. Perhaps I haven't seen Ling for a long time, so I don't know how she is now. A sense of anticipation rose in Yun Xiao's heart, and he sped up his journey to Tianyuan Trading Company. Moreover, he was also very curious about where Ding Ling had gone during this time. Please, where are you two going? This flying vehicle of mine is the latest batch. There are 420 formations on it, and it's more than twice as fast as those old flying devices. Private flights were prohibited in New Yen City. Although this rule was nothing but waste paper to Yun Xiao, he did not want to get into trouble, so he chose a trading company to rent an aircraft. Send us to the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company, Yun Xiao said. It's the headquarters. The headquarters? The shop assistant was taken aback. Soon after, he realized that the two of them had extraordinary appearances and were definitely not ordinary people. He hurriedly said, All right, please go up. The shop assistant gave instructions to his companions behind him and boarded the aircraft. The aircraft shuttled at a low altitude with the two of them and headed in the direction of Tianyuan Trading Company. Little brother, Yun Xiao said, have there been any changes in New Yen City recently? Change? You've changed a lot. The worker smiled bitterly and carefully piloted the aircraft as he said, The two of you are also here for Ling Bai, right? We've been worried to death, and we don't even know when we'll declare war on Ling Bai. Right now, we're just waiting to close the door and hide before the war begins. With the strength of the merchant union, Yun Xiao said, as long as we work together, it should not be too difficult to deal with Ling Bai, right? Why is there a need to send out hero invitations and gather experts from all over the world? The waiter asked, Do you know who Ling Bai is? That was a titled martial emperor who was ranked 4th. How could it not be difficult? Even the entire merchant union could not do anything to him. Moreover, the merchant union didn't want to suffer such a great loss, so it had offered a great reward to gather all the heroes in the world. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. He didn't know what would happen this time. How long had it been since Songyang City was destroyed? I hope that New Yen City will not follow in their footsteps. Yun Xiao was speechless. He did not expect that a shop assistant of a trading company could see so clearly. Are the two of you also experts invited by Tianyuan Trading Company? The shop assistant asked tentatively. Yes, Yun Xiao said. No wonder Tianyuan Trading Company supports the fight against Ling Bai, the waiter said. Oh, Yun Xiao asked curiously. Are there any other chambers of commerce that don't support this? Of course, the shop assistant smiled. Even if it's a business alliance, it's made up of so many organizations. How can it be as united as a piece of iron? Some agree and some object. Then, little brother, Yun Xiao said, may I know which chamber of commerce agrees and which chamber of commerce disagrees? This Ing Luo. I'm not sure. You'll find out when you get to the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company. The shop assistant hurriedly shook his head. He was obviously unwilling to say more, afraid that trouble would come from his mouth. Yun Xiao did not insist. The aircraft was indeed very fast, and it arrived at the headquarters of Tianyuan Trading Company an hour later. The two of you are Ing Luo. The guard in front of the door stopped them. The guard frowned and gave Yun Xiao a few looks, but before he could introduce himself, he cried out in surprise, You are Lord Li Yun Xiao? That's me. Yun Xiao smiled and said, It's me. Please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report. the guard said hurriedly, panicking. A few minutes later, the guard ran out and said, Lord Cloud Sky, please come in. Young master would like to see you. Young master? Yun Xiao frowned. Young master? Was it Ding Peng? Is Ling Er not here? Miss Ling Er is in Xinyan City, but she seems to have gone out to handle some business, the guard said. The young master is young master Ding Peng.